And we are live on YouTube.
Let me know when you want to go, Evan.
Yep, I'm ready to start O Canada now, if you are, Mr. Mayor, so I will get that going.
Taking you at your word for that, Evan.
Challenge accepted, he says with some confidence.
All right, good afternoon and welcome to the regular meeting of Council and General Committee for Monday, March 29th, 2021. Before we start the official part of the meeting, we will now rise for the playing of O Canada.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Carton bras et porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
All right, thank you very much, Evan. And we begin this gathering by acknowledging the land in which we gather is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Acknowledging this reminds us that our great standard of living is directly related to the resources and friendship of Indigenous peoples. So it's got a bit of a mayor's report. I'm just going to open up with a message of condolence and some sad news for our arts community and the community at large this week, as Donnie Chrysler, a talented playwright, gifted actress, and creative crew member involved with many arts organizations here in St. Catharines, passed away last week. She brought her creativity to a wide range of organizations that we would be familiar with: Essential Collective Theater, Carousel Players, Suitcase and Point, the In the Soil Festival, Stray Theater, and Brock University's Marilyn I. Walker School of Fine and Performing Arts. She was recognized in 2013 with a nomination for the Emerging Artist Award at the St. Catharines Arts Awards. We have lost a very bright light way too early, and a lot of people in our community are thinking about her and her family. I will say she put a smile on my face many, many times with her performance in the Christmas Cabaret for Suitcase and Point. A very, very talented person who will be missed in our community. Starting today, vaccines for those who are 70 years of age or older and could start to book at the COVID-19 vaccine appointment. Due to overwhelming response from the community, all appointments at clinics are now full. And Niagara Region Public Health are saying that more spots will be posted and open soon. Watch for updates once new clinics are available to be booked. Appointments should be available in the next couple of days. So you're starting to see a larger volume of people who are being queued into the system. So you're going to get some of these kind of delays as they move into the 70 plus, the 65 plus. You're going to see more people getting backed up into the system. Niagara Region Public Health has reliable, verified information on their website for vaccines that have been approved by Health Canada. And I just want to again say thank you to Public Health and Niagara Health, the hospital side that is continuing to do vaccinations More than 55,000 vaccines have been put into the arms of those in Niagara and counting. And we're looking forward to seeing more as the federal government has announced more vaccines will be arriving this week. In addition, last week at Regional Council, I tabled a successful motion to get teachers in Niagara vaccinated. It's important students continue in-person learning, and we need to protect and support educators and support staff in schools. This motion, supported by Dr. Hergy, calls on Chair Bradley to advocate to the province to have those working in schools made an immediate priority for vaccinations. I did follow up with Dr. Hergy today again and asked how this is going to be accelerated here in Niagara. There is feeling staffing pressures in our school systems due to the outbreaks that we're seeing, and we need to move very quickly on this. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Dr. Hergy has and how we can move forward on this group of frontline people who are in need of getting vaccinated. As well, we have seen an increase in COVID-19 in our community. They're seeing new variants that have arrived in our community that are driving up the numbers quickly. They're more transmissible. And so it's important that we continue to do what we can to contain the virus as much as possible. What you've heard from Dr. Hergy and what you're hearing from the hospitals is that there is an increase in hospitalization of COVID-19 related illnesses. And this is putting, again, an increased pressure that we saw happen during January and February. In order for us to contain the spread, we got to continue to wear a mask, got to continue to wash your hands, keep that physical distancing, and get tested if you're experiencing symptoms, and do not go to work if you're not feeling well. If you have those symptoms, you need to stay home, and also keep your social interactions very contained. I will say we're currently in Passover, to our Jewish community, happy Passover. And we're heading into the Easter weekend, which is the high holy weekend for Christians in our community. And then right after that, starting April 12th, I believe, is Ramadan. So you got 3 high holidays for religions, for different religious groups in our community. If those groups decide to do large family gatherings, we will see the impacts 2 to 3 weeks after these high holidays. And so what public health is saying is, we just got to get through this next period of time in which we have to curtail our family gatherings, or what we will see is an increase. And you're seeing the rates of hospitalization are no longer 70 plus. You're seeing people in their 50s now being hospitalized due to COVID. So people who think that they're immune to it, people that think that, oh, it was just for people who are older and they have compromised immune systems, you're starting to see people who are otherwise healthy get sick and pass away. And so this is something that we should all be concerned about. And as we head through the holidays, we got to continue to do what we did for the past year and try and find different ways that respect one another, respect the religions that we believe in, but at the same time, also protect each other by staying apart. When it comes to some of the other announcements, the federal government announced the doubling of the federal gas tax. St. Catharines is expected to increase to $8.4 million in 2021. And this is if the Bill C-25 goes ahead. We will be getting more information from staff about how the allocation will look like. We usually get about $4 million, 4.1. So this doubling will give us another 4.1, 4.2. And as a council, we'll have a further report coming back on how that's going to be spent. But I just want to thank the federal government for doubling the gas tax. It's something that municipalities have been asking for. As well, on Wednesday, the provincial government delivered its 2021 budget. And so there are a number of highlights, including the tourism sector. We saw announcements today, $200 million for the tourism sector, $10 million for the wines and cideries. There's targeted support for small business, which is needed in our community. And there's a postponement on the assessment for property taxes. And so there's areas in this budget that are of a benefit to municipalities and to businesses and to the people who have been impacted greatly by COVID-19. So it's a budget building, it's a community building budget, meaning the province is trying to support the communities like St. Catharines as we try to navigate our way through this. I just want to say thank you to the provincial government for their help there. And finally, just a couple of congratulations. The Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce had their annual Business Achievement Awards last week. for under 10 businesses. Intuitive Shipping, they got an award. Under 11 employees, Oddbird got an award. Odd Bar in downtown St. Catharines. Excellence in Business, Not-for-Profit. Niagara Children's Center, a great organization. I know Councillor Cisco is a board member. They're doing amazing work. And in addition to that, a couple of other ones in terms of community leadership, Niagara Industrial Association for their donation to the Niagara Health for their Councillor Harris. It was for the clean machine and PPEs, and as well to Dillon's Distillery for the sanitizers that they created, and as well for Norgen Biotech for its working on and producing COVID-19 testing kits. So it's an opportunity to celebrate business, and also an opportunity to say thank you for the businesses that are doing great work in our community. So that was a bit longer of a mayor's report than I usually do, but I just want to celebrate and acknowledge some of the things that are going on in our community. With that, I'll turn it over to the clerk for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The following items of additional correspondence have been placed in Council's Sugar Sink folder. You have a confidential memorandum from the Deputy City Clerk regarding a vacancy appointment for the Downtown Development Revitalization Advisory Committee. Media release from Lincoln County Humane Society regarding Lincoln County Humane Society as Niagara's latest certified living wage employer. And the following amendment has been made to this evening's agenda. Councillor Porter has requested to endorse sub-item 19 of the council correspondence report, which is a letter from the Mayor of Tweed regarding advocacy for reform of joint and several liability insurance. And that's this evening's amendments. Thank you.
It's not lost on me that the Mayor of Tweed and the word joint are in the same sentence. So with that, are there any changes to the agenda? No disrespect to the mayor of Tweed, by the way. They've got a great business there, employs a lot of people. No changes to the agenda. Can I have a motion? Councillor Harris and Councillor Sorrento, all in favor of the agenda. Carried. All right, any conflicts of interest tonight, folks? Okay, seeing no conflicts of interest.
No, I have one.
Oh, where are we? Oh, Councillor Porter.
Yes, Mayor Senzak, I have a conflict of interest for General Committee item 3.1, the CAO report. I work for Gateway Residential and Community Support Services.
All right, thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Dodge, you got your hand up.
Yes, I do. Thank you. I have a conflict on item 3.2 as I sit on that board.
Okay, thank you for that. Duly noted, and just make sure you put it in writing to the clerk, send an email. That'll just keep it on file. Appreciate that. Adoption of the minutes, that council adopt the minutes of council held on Monday, March 8th, 2021, and that council adopt the minutes of general committee meeting held on Monday, March 8th, 2021. The Deputy Mayor Townsend's taken that one and seconded by Councillor Phillips. Any changes or notes to the minutes that we need to acknowledge? Seeing none, all in favor of the minutes? And they are carried. Okay, today's consent agenda. Is anything being lifted from consent? Then I'll turn it over to the clerk to read the consent agenda.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this evening's consent agenda, item 2.1, financial management services, 2020 council remuneration and expenses. 2.2, financial management services annual investment report as at December 31, 2020, financial management services 2020 development charges, treasurer statement. 2.4, financial management services proposal to declare land surplus, part of Richardson's Creek, Martindale Pond. 2.5, engineering facilities, environmental services, 2020 summary report for the St. Catharines drinking water distribution system. 2.6, legal and clerk services, office of the city clerk, council correspondence. 2.7, financial management services, proposal to declare land surplus, Port Dalhousie Harbor, part of 59A Lakeport Road, Realty file 18004, and 2.8, Office of the CAO, Audit and Accountability Fund, intake to contract award. Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Counselor Phillips,
Yes.
Counselor Porter,
Yes.
Counselor Cisco,
Yes.
Counselor Sorrento,
Yes.
Counselor Townsend,
Yes.
Counselor Williamson,
Yes.
and Mayor Sendzik.
I can only say yes when someone moves and seconds it.
Oh,
So who wants to move and second? Counselor Kushner and Counselor Dodge. And yes.
okay.
Just
Carried
completing the file. That's
unanimously.
all we're doing. Completing the
Thank
file.
you. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Carried unanimously.
Okay. There's no public meetings. There's no special presentations. We were now resolved in the general committee, and I now turn over the floor to our CAO, Shelley Chemnitz, to provide an update. And then joining CAO Chemnitz, we will also have our Director of Economic Development, Brian York. In addition, any questions related to downtown, BIA, Tisha Polacco will also be joining us. And so with that, we'll be able to ask her questions as well. So she's not a delegate. She'll be here almost like staff, where we can just ask some questions before we make a final decision on the direction from the CAO. Turn it over to CAO Chemnitz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While we continue to have our COVID reports at each council meeting, and just reiterating what the mayor has already indicated to us, that it's still here. We are still under as severe a threat as we have been. Vaccines are rolling out, but we do still need to be cognizant, keeping ourselves and our community safe. It's very important. We want our businesses to be opened up. We want our community to come back to that socialization and all those things we enjoy. But to do that, we need to be very vigilant and active in keeping ourselves and each other safe. So we talked a little bit in the report about vaccines. As the mayor had already mentioned, Niagara Health and Niagara Public Health continue to vaccinate those most vulnerable. Today, with the additional opening of age cohorts, our appointments were very quickly used up from the clinics that we have. Public Health is adding more to the schedule. They have another 8 clinics, which over the next few days will become available on the provincial booking site. They will do this in these smaller groups of adding the clinics as they want to make sure that vaccine is going to be available. And then they will continue with the rolling schedule. They are progressing with what can be a little frustrating for us at times when those vaccine clinics fill up. However, that is seen as less problematic than if they have to start and cancel because the vaccine supply is not there. However, as the times increase of vaccine being more plentiful for us, as we're seeing from all the news reports, we're hoping that these frustrations will reduce themselves over time. We do have some information in the COVID report containing regarding recent changes to provincial framework and extensions to current emergency orders. No different from how we've been for the last year. Everything changes very quickly, and many of the things that we already have in the report, by the time the report is published, have already changed. So as has been the case through the entire last year, the mayor's staff will continue to keep council informed regularly regarding changes. Have a look at the city website, the regional website in the province for your information as things change. But there is a general outline of that in the report. The report this evening also contains information on the activities and initiatives that have been ongoing at the city with our partners in regards to homelessness and addiction crisis initiatives. Much of what we hear and taglines that we've been hearing is that we're all in this together. But the fact of the matter is that the issues and things facing those members in our community have not been felt by all equally. And so the challenges we have with our homeless population and addiction crisis population are still here. And if you look in the report, there's a great deal of information as to what is ongoing with all of our partners. As I was reviewing it again this morning, preparing for tonight, one thing that struck me was really how many different organizations and how many different people are available and are working collaboratively and coordinating with each other in these initiatives. You can see as you read through the report, the various people involved. City and region, we're meeting weekly to ensure that everyone is coordinating and collaborating, and it's been a very important and positive thing. It may sometimes see that there's not a lot going on, but there is much behind the scenes work and many community partners who are helping all of us get get and address the issues that we need to. It's made difficult in some instances, capacity limits in shelters, social distancing, proper hygiene, screening, all the things that we've been doing are that much more challenging there. And through our city's contract, we're able to access partnership with Gateway and the Raft to provide outreach support to individuals, staff, and the public. It's allowed for these organizations, as well as the Niagara Regional Police Services and Positive Living, to collaboratively work together to help individuals living rough and ensure they have access to services that they each individually need. As I said, we've been meeting weekly with the stakeholders, gathering feedback and updates, and ensuring that we're all working together. A self-isolation facility was established by Homelessness Services to ensure all individuals experiencing homelessness who screen with COVID-19 symptoms are provided a space in which to self-isolate and receive testing. As of February 2021, 465 individuals have been referred to this self-isolation facility. There's a number of other pieces of information regarding vaccines. Total of 5 COVID-19 vaccination clinics were set up in various emergency shelter locations across the region. Approximately 50 to 60% of Niagara homeless population received their first dose through these 5 clinics. NRPS has also been active with us. The Foot Patrol officers have been working closely with our partners, and they've been working to help build the trust with individuals who are living rough. And it's allowed those individuals who previously may have had trust issues to start to gain and build a trust relationship with our police services. Outreach workers, Positive Living, and city staff have direct access to the same officer who is working with our clients. It also created a system of support for outreach workers in the field when they're required. During the shift, the NRPS proactively visits shelters and active areas, and it has reduced the need for escalating when they have worked directly with our individuals. Local businesses and restaurants have also come to know the Foot Patrol officers and are comfortable talking about the challenges that they're facing and criminal behavior that may be happening in their areas. Positive Living is also working with us. Their weekly group community cleanups run Tuesday afternoons to pick up any improperly discarded biohazard supplies for safe disposal, share education, and bins with individuals they encounter. Looking through, also wanted to reinforce again that if there are issues, if the public sees issues, calling 211. When you're concerned about individuals or who have encountered those who are homeless and unsheltered, can call 211 and be connected with our team. There's a brief, small financial implication update at the end, just talking about the various information that has already been presented at Budget Committee. And as always, we'll keep you informed with larger updates as appropriate. Should we be moved back into lockdown, and if related expenses and loss on revenue continue to increase, then our overall financial impacts will exceed the funding that we've been provided to date, but we will keep council informed on that. I would also like to now turn it over to Director York, who will, as the mayor indicated, speak to us and give us an update on our work with the downtown business improvement area.
Thank you, Shelley. As outlined in this report, staff received a request by the Downtown Association to once again improve the public realm downtown, making room for more people and business access. Following a lengthy consultation process, the DTA, with the support of its members, are requesting council consider the following street closures: St. Paul Street from William to Carlisle and from Bond to Court Street, James Street from King to St. Paul Street. The closures would take place Fridays and Saturdays evenings from 4 to 10 p.m. each night beginning May 21st, ending October 9th, with the option to extend the dates longer if deemed appropriate. In addition, the DTA has further requested that the city consider a full-time alteration for James Street from King to Summer, which would introduce the use of barricades to extend pedestrian and patron access on either side of the street. Multiple departments have worked together to bring these requests forward in anticipation of the warmer weather, and city staff continue to work collaboratively with the DTA on a joint marketing campaign for the closures that will include both temporary physical signage, animating and beautifying the closure barricades while adhering to MTO guidelines. As noted by Mayor Sunzik, we are joined tonight by Tisha Polacco, the ED for the St. Catharines Downtown Association, who is also available should council have any questions directly related to the DTA's efforts. Thank you.
All right, can Councillor Harris, can you mute, please? Thank you. Evan, just keep track of that when you can, in terms of everyone should be muted when people are speaking. Now, over to questions that we're doing now. Okay, Councilor Sorrento, then Councilor Cisco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And my question is to CEO Chemnitz and/or you. I've received a number of calls from some residents, some seniors down here on the north end that are having a little bit of an issue getting up to Brock University. They were wondering if there's anything that the city can do to set up another location down here in the north end of the city, anywhere in the north end, which has approximately, I know, 65 to 70% of the residential population. So can I just put that out there, Mr. Mayor, and just get an answer or some kind of reply that we can tell our residents?
I'll look to CEO Chemnitz because she is on the community task force for vaccination, so she could provide an update.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Councillor, Niagara Public Health is the organization that is setting up the clinics. We have, as you know, we have Seymour Hanna, which is being a clinic as well run by the NHS. We have certainly advocated for Seymour Hanna to take as many as clients as can be vaccinated. However, it is now with NHS. We're hoping to transition to public health. Certainly the public health model is to have larger clinics in the larger centers. As you know, in Niagara Falls, McBain Center is running for the entire city, and they have one in each city. Certainly we will pass the information up to Niagara Public Health. If there is issues with transportation to clinics, I do not have it with me now, but there is a number of community services that perhaps we can connect those individuals with to help them to be transported to their appointment. Transit services is providing free transit assistance to get to the vaccination clinics, but we do have a phone number for if there are some community service that are helping on a limited basis. It's not a large initiative, but perhaps we can connect those who have communicated with you to those people. I don't have that number available with me.
Thank you.
Now.
And Councilor Sorrento, Councilor Cisco, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to very briefly say thank you to the Downtown Association, as has been very clearly pointed out, the efforts that have been gone to. I think it's important to thank Tish Polacco, who's on the call, as well as Robin McPherson, the chair of the Downtown Association Board of Management. They put in a lot of extra time over the last couple of weeks to put together the plan that's being presented. And I think it's important to note that this plan of last year, when we put in place the road closure, it was done quickly. We've taken a lot of feedback over the last year about that. And this year, there's a very good balance between the retail sector in our downtown and the restaurant sector. And I think it's important, it is pointed out in the report, but it's important to note there are at times competing interests between those two sectors, and the Downtown Association, as well as Mr. York and his ECDev staff, have done a good job of balancing that. And I appreciate the work that's put in, also the work that's going to come from city staff working with the Downtown Association to very much make this a pedestrian gateway. If there was one overriding message that we got from businesses during this, it's that the area needs to look alive and vibrant. There were concerns that last year it did look like a bit of a construction zone, and staff have been very receptive to that. So I also wanted to say thank you for that. And I would just encourage everybody, this is an opportunity for those downtown businesses to be able to hopefully regain some of the momentum that they had before COVID came. Our downtown has been growing over the last number of years, and that's not in large, but in part due to the changes that St. Catharines City Council over the last 4 terms really, starting in 2006, the changes that St. Catharines Council has advocated for and has pushed for, and the building that's gone on both in the private and the public sector. So I would encourage everybody to support this plan because I think it's a very good one.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Cisco. Councilor Littleton, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the Director of Economic Development, do we have any idea how much money, or I guess I don't know what the word is, but the economic benefit of having closed the street last year, just so folks can understand how profound an impact it can have?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's certainly a tough one to measure, but I can tell you that restaurants, retail, all businesses in the downtown have suffered immensely moving through the various colors and changes that we learned last year. So on a go-forward basis, I mean, we would need to measure receipts of income based in the downtown, and at this point, we're very grateful that taxes are being covered and paid to keep the municipality going here. So on a go-forward basis, we know where we're going with the various colors and stages that we'll be entering into, and we hope to maintain red and grow beyond that. But at this point, on a go-forward, it's just about the marketing and bringing people back downtown in a safe manner.
Okay, fair enough. I also just wanted to mention that Positive Living has done, as the CAO Chemnitz has said, has done incredible work in the community and working with folks who suffer from addictions, and also with their cleanup. I know that sometimes there's flack that we'll see on social media or what have you about needles in the community, which we are all aware that they are there. That's what an opioid crisis looks like. And I understand it's frustrating for everyone, but I did want to give a shout out to them and also to let everyone know that the organization is going to be going to 6 days a week or 6 cleanups in St. Catharines a week. So that was some exciting news that just came out recently from the organization, but they really work really hard building relationships in the Queenston community and do a really great job of helping folks. So I did want to just say that, and thank you to CAO Chemnitz for highlighting that.
Thank you, Councillor Littleton. Councillor Garcia, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to either Director York or Ms. Palocco, I certainly laud the concept of closing those streets, and I think many of us, probably all of us, enjoyed some of that closed area last summer, and it worked really well. My question is, the plan is to do this on Fridays and Saturdays, and I just wonder, when the weather is nice, the peak of the summer and so on, would these businesses not benefit from extra days, like let's say maybe not the whole week, but maybe adding Wednesday and Thursday, for example?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll start and then I'll pass it along to Ms. Palocco. A lot of consultation has gone into this plan with the membership and countless meetings between municipal works, transportation staff, ECDEV staff, and of course the DTA management. It was decided that this would be the go forward. This is what would be presented to council, and it can certainly be revisited on maybe a monthly basis or even sooner. The other idea is that we're bringing forward is to animate the downtown and theme it out on a monthly basis or on a weekend basis, and that's still in the works. So we do anticipate it to be more than just a road closure. The goal is to increase the public realm and the pedestrian access, and in doing so, draw people of all ages down to the core. Ms. Palocco?
Thank you, and thank you, councillors, for allowing me to attend this evening. Our board did discuss options, and throughout the various meetings with the various businesses, we were also considering possibly Thursday nights, but the overall majority felt that if we start with Fridays and Saturday evenings, that would be the best. And if it looks like we should increase, we would ask for that. One of the things I also looked at is we have a pedestrian camera right at the corner of St. Paul and James Street, and looking at the data from last year, Friday and Saturday evenings by far were the most were the busiest times and had the most pedestrian traffic. So we thought we would start there.
Okay, thank you very much to both.
Thank you, Councillor. And we go Councillor Miller, you're up.
Thank you. And I had a chance to talk to Councillor Cisco a little bit about this. So I'll make a quick plug for Sundays. When I'm coming out of church, I don't mind getting a burger down there, but I understand why the compromise was made. So looking forward to that being reviewed. I did have a question. How are the times chosen? I know last year bars were closing, the patios were closing at just about the exact time the street was reopening. And it seemed like a recipe for some dangerous incidents. So I'm just curious how these times were chosen.
Well, currently, restaurants have to stop serving alcohol by 9 o'clock, and so they have to be closed by 10 o'clock. And the reason we're starting at 4 o'clock is to give some time for the street closure, because we have to look at removing cars off the street, and then the restaurants have to, if they're expanding, have that opportunity to set up before the dinner hour. So that's why we came up with that time frame.
And I know a lot's gone into this. I know on a micromanage it, but I would just maybe moving forward, look at reopening the street at something like 10:30 to give a little bit of time for people to clear out. So they're not stepping out of a restaurant they've been in for a couple hours, not realizing the street's open and wandering into the middle of a road, which has now been opened up. So anyway, I'm sure everyone's got safety top of mind on this, but just something that I definitely noticed last year. My only other question, now I've lost it. Well, it sounds great, and I'm in support of it. And I'll back up Councillor Littleton, and I just want to say positive living, all the things that they do in the community. The needle pickup is really not their mandate. They sort of go above and beyond to do that, and are doing it 6 days a week. So they're just absolute leaders, and should be applauded for all the work they're doing in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. And Councillor Townsend, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Miller had touched on my first point, which was the issue that we did see last year where people were stepping out on the streets. It is something that was noticeable, and there were some close calls. I'm not sure what how we go about doing something with making people aware that the streets are reopening, but there were people that would be leaving, and cars would be, flying up and down the street, or people would still be walking up and down the street when the streets are reopened. I'm not sure if there's something we can do with maybe having staff. I'm not sure. Maybe having staff make people aware that the streets are reopened. That's something to be cognizant of. My other question is in regards to the Brock University vaccination clinic. I have had a few people that have reached out with concern that the university currently does have an outbreak on campus, and people don't feel safe to go and get their vaccinations on campus. I'm wondering if there is some type of messaging, either from public health or from our city, to reassure people that it is safe to go and get your vaccinations, and that Brock University does have this under control by having students right now, forcing them into quarantining. Is there some type of message that we could put out into the public, ensuring them that it is safe to go to Brock University, even though they are currently announced as they do have an outbreak on campus?
I'll turn it over to the CIO. I do know that Dr. Hergy has issued a media release through the region, as well as there was an article, I believe, in the paper on Saturday, but I'll turn it over to CIO Chemnitz right now.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, you're correct that the region did have a media release indicating safe, but we do understand that this is times when the community does have a high level of, they want to be safe. They were telling everyone to be safe and secure. So they do look at this and they do say, okay, is it safe? So I will take that back, and we'll send up to the region again to reiterate in advance of opening, as that clinic is opening later this week, that we should have much larger emphasis on the safety, especially within relation to the outbreak. And then our city comms will amplify that message in our social media as well. But we will ask the regional public health to come out with that more strongly.
Okay, thank you, CAO, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Townsend. And that looks like to be it for questions. I will obviously just continue what Councillor Miller was talking about. I think that bridging at nighttime, especially as it gets dark and then the street opens, finding a way to just make sure. I experienced it last year around 10:30, and all of a sudden the cars start going through, and you forget, because an hour earlier, 2 hours earlier, you're walking across the street without looking, and then you forget. So I think Councillor Miller brought up a good point there, just to be cognizant with the BIA, how to message that as strong as possible. Well, with that, to the CAO, thank you for, again, a strong update on COVID-19 and what the city is doing. And to Director York, again, for all of your team effort on working with the BIA. And to Tisha and your team, looking forward to another amazing summer where we can build on some of the things that were learned last year and hopefully continue in that direction of building more pedestrian experiences for people to really explore the downtown in a safe and different, unique way. So with that, there's going to be a motion that Council Coordinator McGinty is putting on the screen. I've got Councillor Cisco and Councillor Porter moving it. Seeing no other further hands, I'm going to ask for a motion or a recorded. I'll turn it over to the clerk for a recorded vote.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Littleton,
Yeah, yes.
Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Councillor Cisco,
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento,
Yes.
Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And before I call for Mayor Senzik, I'll just ask for a seconder. Councillor Porter called a conflict here, so I'll need a new seconder on that motion.
Oh, Councillor Phillips.
Councillor Phillips, thank you. And Mayor Senzik.
Before I say yes, I'll just say, to be clear, I'm not usually out late at night around 10:30. That was a one-off thing. Yes.
Carried unanimously. Thank you.
All right, so we're moving on to 3.2, Community Recreation Culture Services. And we have a report in front of us, and that's regarding the Niagara Folk Arts request for funding. Prior to that, we have a presentation being done by the CEO of the Multicultural Center, the Niagara Folk Arts Multicultural Center, Emily Kovacs. And joining her will be the fundraising and events manager, Pam Seabrook. So I will be calling on Ms. Seabrook to start, and there will be a video followed by a PowerPoint presentation guided through by Ms. Kovacs.
Thank you very much, Mayor Senzik,
Good
city
to see you.
councilors. And I wanted to say hello to everybody that's joining us online tonight. Thank you for your time and letting us give this presentation. 2021 makes it 53 years that the Niagara Folk Arts Festival has continued. We didn't stop during COVID, and we are continuing to bring live cultural arts and heritage program to the Niagara region. I'm very proud of the fact that we continued with live and in-person programming in 2020. I don't know of other festivals in the region that did that. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure we were the only ones that did live programming. We will be continuing that into 21. I want to especially thank the City of St. Catharines, the Ministry of Heritage, and Meridian Credit Union here in St. Catharines for allowing us to keep our 2020 funding, even throughout the COVID crisis. With that funding and their sponsorship, we were able to bring some programming to the Niagara region. So thank you so much for allowing us to keep that. As was mentioned, I have created a short video that highlights the activities that happened between August of last year and February of 21. Evan, if you would please play the video, and visuals speak louder than words. Thank you, Evan. You may have recognized, thank you very much to Councillor Don Dodge and Lori Littleton for helping us spread the word through their social media platforms last year. And of course, I hope that you enjoyed your cultural curbside pickups, Mayor Senzik. We really appreciated you coming out for those curbside programs as well. Lastly, for my super thank you is the staff at the City of St. Catharines bylaw office. I think I became one of their most regular phone call weekly updates. I contacted them all the time as we were developing programming to make sure that we were, one, COVID compliant, but to go beyond what was the minimum. So it kept us safe, and I really wanted to thank all the staff down there in that department. I was told not to mention names, but they know who they are. Excuse me. So this is going to lead me to quickly sum up what we did. You saw some of those images there. We had the Arts to the Folks program. I was bringing live programming to people on their front lawns and driveways. We had cultural artists show up, and that's what was happening there. We had Food to the Folks. That's the curbside program that you saw. Sweets to the Folks. That was a cultural sweets sampler box that we had delivered in November. And then as the weather turned colder and we couldn't do outdoor events, we did online Arts to the Folks, where I had cultural artists do seminar presentations of cultural arts and crafts. And you saw some of those images at near the end of the video. For 2021, we are absolutely going to be doing all of those programs again. The actual details will be, we're developing them as we're going forward, but pretty much going to be the same. Bringing art live performances to people's homes. That's probably the best way to plan at this time. All programming is to happen as a red zone or better colors, for lack of better word. So orange for sure, red maybe, usually online for gray and red. We are continuing to partner with local small businesses and local artists first, helping them generate revenues, and clubs are in that definition. We help the clubs raise over $4,000 of revenue for their efforts in 2020, way less than what they would usually do, but at least something happened. And we absolutely engaged up to 9 local artists as well, a group that, was kind of falling through the CERB support that they were getting from the government. We're looking at having some events in the City of Welland, City of Niagara Falls. I'm working with the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce, and reaching out to and working with the new emerging ethnocultural communities for the new programming. In particular, to combat racism, the Asian Water Lantern Festival event will be happening. It was planned for 2020, and then when COVID hit, we just shut it down because of the fear in the Asian community. This year, due to all the things that we've been seeing, I will be moving forward with that Water Lantern family event. I'm very excited about it. And this will be a great opportunity to sort of discuss through art the community that we all have, regardless of what your cultural background is. Lastly, in 2019, this was way before COVID, there was a survey that went out to all the clubs asking how the festival and the Multicultural Center could support them better. The number one item that came back was that they needed help accessing funding, both at the government levels and for non-government sources. When COVID hit, that obviously changed to we need immediate help. So that was what part of the I did last year. The Folk Arts Festival office helped clubs sort of access what they could for granting. And now we've also turned, COVID has certainly shone a light on the vulnerability of the clubs and their volunteer base, which are aging out. And how do we turn that over into new persons? Excuse me. The lack of having people come forward from their volunteer bases, as they were mainly 75 to 80 years old, that made a great anxiety for those people, and they didn't show up. And that was a major hindrance for us to have programming with their volunteers. So we had to work around that and pivot. But those are the two things. So as you can see, let me just get my last little bit here. Okay, as you can see then, I'm working 12 months of the year now with the clubs to really make sure that they're energetic and viable. And this is really supporting the cultural and strategic plan for the City of St. Catharines. So it's no longer just a 1 month focus, we're really starting to spread out into 12 months. And that is the festival in 5 minutes or less.
Thank you very much. Okay. Any questions of Ms. Seabrook? Okay, now is there a follow-up presentation, or are we're just focusing in on the folk arts? Pam?
Okay, so I wasn't sure if I was supposed to announce. Emily Kovacs has a short presentation. We're trying to keep it both to 5 minutes each, talking about our larger picture. I was discuss the festival specific, and she will do support of that.
Okay, so now we'll Council Coordinator McGinty, if you can bring on Ms. Kovac.
So Emily is on the calls. Emily, if you can just unmute your microphone and turn on your video, you can join, and then I'll have your PowerPoint ready for you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you can see me. I have my video on my end, but it's telling me that the host will not. You can't start your video because your host has stopped it. So you need to adjust it for me. But the good news is that you have me on audio. Oh, there we are. Now
okay.
You have me on.
Should be working now.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much, everybody, for bearing with us, and great to be with you. As you can tell, this is our, I would say this is our second year now with Pam and I. We are a two-person show. Pam had given you the overview of what has been happening and what our plans are with regards to the festival. And of course, my role here tonight in 5 minutes or less is to give you a bit of a progress report on year 2 on our strategic plan, which a part of is the festival, but also we wanted to tell you in terms of the larger picture for the Folk Arts Multicultural Center, as we do have aligning strategies between our center and the city of St. Catharines. So if you could go to the next slide, please, Evan. So again, some of the slides should not be new. These are slides from last year. And what I tried to do is to actually give you an update report on our deliverables. So I guess what I would say here is, again, the best way to describe us is we are a service hub for newcomers, immigrants, and ethnocultural groups. We do provide services Niagara-wide, and we are a holistic service model for everyone who needs support in Niagara as it relates to their settlement path. Next slide, please. Again, our current financials, we've gone up a bit. We're about 3.2 million. I think, again, not a whole lot to mention to you as a change from last year, other than the fact that we're very proud of the fact that we've been able to maintain our funding with the exception of, I would say, 3 staff who were able to maintain employment throughout COVID. We pivoted on and off when there was possibility to provide in-person services. We were able to move into a hybrid model, which we are currently doing. And we have also been able to secure additional funding. The most proud moment is that we do now have mental health funding through our federal funding model for certain segments of our population. It doesn't cover everyone, but it certainly takes care of permanent residents in terms of mental health supports for them. And we have also been really, really proud of the fact that even as of last week, we have been issuing the 3rd installment of the Atkinson Foundation emergency support for international students and migrant workers, and that is the 3rd installment of another $10,000 of $250 to $400 each for individuals. And I can tell you that we have up to about 1,200 individuals that we have supported, and really quite proud of that. Next slide, please. You've seen the slide again. So again, we have a wide array of services. The the majority of them, again, we've been able to pivot and provide them in a hybrid model. So currently we do provide adult ESL services. We follow the same 2 cohorts as the school board would do. So Monday and Tuesday, some individuals are with us in person and some are with us online. And then Thursdays and Fridays, they switch over. And we also have in-person mental health supports who are in our buildings, and for short-term childcare for the mental health support as well. So there are some very limited essential services that we provide in person, and the remainder we do virtually. Next slide, please. Again, a reminder, our vision is we want to be a gateway to equitable, respectful, and welcoming communities for immigrants and newcomers in Niagara. And we want to be seen as a pivotal resource in creating belonging by creating holistic settlement services and cross-cultural experiences. Next slide. Our mission is to celebrate and promote the cultural, social, and economic inclusion and well-being of all immigrants and newcomers. Next, please. And again, our values are values of integrity, respect, inclusion, equity, accountability, transparency, integration, and reconciliation. Next slide. So remember, we had 4 strategic pillars that we've outlined for 2020-2025. And within those pillars, we also had strategic directions. And as you know, 2020 had given us a different direction. However, while we were driving, while we were sort of flying the plane and trying to land us to make sure that we were staying safe under COVID, we were still driving the strategic plan as best as we could. And I'm just gonna give you a brief overview as to where we are and what we were able to deliver and what we are not. If you can go to the next slide, I'll go through those a bit quicker. So we had, again, the first strategic pillar is the bridge and integrate folk arts and settlement. And the objectives were to work towards the 4 objectives that are laid out there. So if you can go to the next slide, Evan, we can kind of give you a brief color-coded overview as to where we are. So in terms of the outcomes for years 1 and 2, we are pending a decision to be reached by the Board of Directors ahead of the September 2021 annual general meeting. We do have a name, and we just now has to be voted on by general membership. And we do have all of the outcomes for year 1 and 2 delivered as far as bylaw revisions, as well as a plan in terms of our marketing strategy about the implementation plan. So we're well on track for that. If we can go to the next slide, please, Evan. In terms of the second objective, again, we're in the green. We are working on with our board effectively driving the strategic plan. We have a consent agenda model that has been created. And as of this spring, the board will be taking ownership of the strategic plan after the consultations are over, and it will be up to them to deliver it in the best way that they're able to do so. If we can go to the next page, please. I'll try to zip through really quickly. Again, we're in the green for objective 3. We have not only increased interest in supporting social justice work because it was part of our strategic pillar, but because of the recent events of not only the Black Lives Matter movement, but also how COVID had highlighted some of the inequities that were already existing in our society. We felt that it was very, very important to increase and highlight some of those partnerships. So we are working very well with Pride Niagara, with OPERG, with Brock's Social Justice Network, with Brock's Human Rights Division, as well as 4 advisory networks to make sure that equity and inclusion and the the social justice pieces that are built into that are very much on everybody's mind, not only in St. Catharines, but Niagara-wide. We have had an increased interest in supporting our folk arts initiatives. We're monitoring our deliverables in terms of our media followers, our visits, and our sponsors. So in terms of our analytics, we'll be able to measure our impact, whether we double our impact or significantly increases. That's the goal, and we certainly are on track. Next slide, please. I'll try to be really, really brief. In terms of the objective 4 for years 1 and 2, the staffing and reporting structure is somewhat revised. The only section is the administrative section. We're working on our financials right now, but we're hoping that that's delivered by Q2 of 2021. Everything else is in the green, so we're moving ahead as fast as we can. Next slide, please, Evan. Second strategic direction, again, developing the settlement services model. I'll just flip through these really quickly. Again, we're in the green. You can go to the next slide. You've seen this last year, so I won't take too much time. We're very much in the green. We've implemented our case management model. We are also doing some of the critical outcomes for staff competency matrix, and we have a brand new matrix that it has been rolled out as well. So that's going really well. Next slide. In terms of objectives 2, we are continuing to deliver the deliverables for trying to figure out what are the gaps for service gaps for newcomers, mental health being one of them. We have already addressed it. So, and we're monitoring and responding. Next slide, please. Again, still in the green for collaboration with sector partners. Lots of wonderful work happening. And although we sort of morphed into the hybrid world, the work has never stopped. If you can go to the next slide, please, Evan. Again, developing staff capacity by implementing the national and provincial standards and introducing curriculum that grows knowledge and practice. We're very much on track with that and on target. Again, as I mentioned, we focused at 2021. Partially because we had the capacity, and partially it was also an opportunity to look at our admin and our finance capacity building along with DEI and AREO. So we were focusing on training for those. Next page, please. Third strategic direction. Next slide, please. So a couple of yellows, I'll focus on them. So again, due to COVID, as Pam had mentioned, as it relates to the festival, some of the things that we've noticed is, due to technology, some of our deliverables were difficult to do, and we have to have some remediation and continue to build capacity for both for our clubs and for ourselves. And I'll stop there. I think I'm very, very close to the 5 minutes. If you can just skip to the last slide, Evan. That would be great. You have all copies of this presentation, so I will respect your time, and I'm going to be here for questions if you have any. I think you also see the staff report in terms of what our next ask is, and overall, the reason why we're here is much like what happened with you on a macro level, at a micro level, at our organization, we sort of focused on both plans at the same time. There are some things that we're really, really doing really well. Some things that have allowed us to sort of continue and stay on core. And I think in terms of the festival, we're anticipating that we're probably about at least a year or 2 behind in trying to redevelop our business model, focusing both on developing more funding and more of a volunteer base for the festival. So this is why when you see the staff report presented to you, we're asking to have a status quo support for the next few years so that it allows us to continue to reevaluate our business model more so towards in 2023. So thank you very much. I'll stop now.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kovac. Outstanding job. And I got to say, the Folk Arts, the Multicultural Center has been doing great work. And the strategic plan is a demonstration of your staff's commitment and the board's commitment to bringing to the organization a very strong outward thinking, horizon looking view on multicultural and newcomer services here in our community. So well done on that. Very thorough presentation. Do we have any, Mr. Director of Community Recreation, sir, do you have any comments you want to make to Director Christie? Anything that you want to add, Director Christie, or are you good?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, I just wanted to thank Ms. Seabrook and Ms. Kovacs for their presentation. And it was really a quite an easy report to write, being able to look forward to the work that the Folk Arts Council through the festival, what they can bring to the community, and the promise of collaborating, being inclusive, and being able to pivot in such a difficult time. So I just want to thank them, and I look forward to working with them.
Thank you, Director Christie. All right, I guess we got one question, Councillor Sorrento.
Just a comment, Mr. Mayor, if I might, with your permission, I'd just like to say that this brings back a lot of memories. Perhaps some of the current councilors don't know, but used to be a board member there for 12 years and board chair for 5 years, Mr. Mayor. And I remember, and I'm sure some of the councilors will remember, and I think CAO Chemnitz will remember that in 2009, it was our board, 2009, 2010, I think Councillor Phillips remembers, and Councillor Williamson and the senior councilors, that we kept the doors open there, Mr. Mayor. So I'm very proud of that. I wanted to share that. And I think moving forward, every time I will very respectfully remind, I'll just make that announcement because it was a dedicated crew. They do tremendous work. They continue to do tremendous work, Mr. Mayor. Multiculturalism is a way of life for many, many people. So I'll be very pleased to support this. And thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sorrento. Greatly appreciated. Mover is Councillor Littleton, seconded by Councillor Cisco. All right, there's the motion on the screen. Councillor Littleton, you got your hand up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's my pleasure to move this motion, and I just wanted to give kudos to Ms. Kovacs for being such a strong voice of equity, inclusion, and reconciliation in our community. She really is a great addition to our community, and she leads the organization with integrity. And so I just wanted to point that out and thank her for the work she does, and also to Ms. Seabrook for pivoting in such a challenging year to bring new activities and look at the festival as not just being something that would happen in a month, for example, but looking at stretching it out throughout the year. So through arts to the folks and sweets to the folks, and these are very successful ventures. And so I look forward to what's coming this year. And so I just did want to say it's my pleasure to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Littleton. Thank you for your leadership on the board as well. And obviously Councillor Dodge, who is in conflict, so thank her as well for this. And I'll ask the clerk to call the question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Before I do, we just need to add to receive the presentations as well. I apologize. A motion to receive those. So I'm just going to add them to that motion,
Okay.
and then I'll say yes.
Okay, we'll add it.
I apologize. That should have been done first.
Yeah.
My bad.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
And that's carried unanimously.
That's great. Okay, now we're moving on to the a large portion of what has been undertaken for many years. Now we have the Transportation Master Plan that's coming in front of us, and so we'll have a pretty in-depth presentation from the consultants, and then we'll at that point I'm going to turn it over. Councillor Porter has a motion as well, so I want to turn it over to her at that point. So just want to get us oriented for this presentation, and so I'm going to ask our director Anthony Martuccio, Director of Engineering Services and a whole bunch of other stuff. Just kidding. And so he's going to introduce it. And I believe we have Brian Appleby, who has been a quarterback on this file as well. He is Graham Morrison from St. Catharines Transit is also on the call. So they'll be following this presentation through. So turning it over now to Director Martuccio.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, senior staff, and members of the public. Tonight, we will be presenting to you the final version of the Transportation Master Plan. This will be the first update to our current TMP in over 55 years. As you can imagine, the needs of the city today are vastly different from our city 55 years ago. As a result, staff have undertaken significant work in public consultation with the community and key stakeholders in developing this plan and incorporating principles that align with current and leading trends related to transportation. This plan will also serve as a document that will guide principles and policies included in other documents, such as the official plan and the asset management plan. I hope that the information provided to you tonight will provide insight into the process undertaken in developing the TMP and the guiding principles that will be used in the decision process for staff, council, and the community moving forward. The TMP has a strong focus on complete streets, active transportation networks, transit, and the recommendations related to the efficient movement of goods and people throughout our city. With us tonight, we have our Manager of Transportation, Brian Appleby, the General Manager of St. Catharines Transit Commission, Graham Morrison, and Brett Sears from WSP, who will be available to provide feedback to any questions or comments you may have. These individuals are the experts who have been leading this initiative for the city along with other city staff. I will now pass things over to Brett Sears for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martuccio, and good evening, Mayor and members of council. It's really been a pleasure to be able to work with your city staff, Mr. Martuccio, Mr. Appleby, Mr. Morrison, and others over this period of time to bring this plan to you today, and we're really happy to be at this point. As we go to the next slide in the presentation, during our time, I'm going to introduce the Transportation Master Plan at a high level, remind you of how we have been engaging, and then get into the vision and foundations of the document. And that really will be focusing on this complete streets approach, which I'll define. Then I'll go into the recommendations that we are making, and those are for all different modes of transportation, and let you know what would be the next steps to complete the municipal class environmental assessment process for this master plan. On the next slide, I try to highlight what is a transportation master plan, acknowledging that it is a multimodal plan. So we do have recommendations for walking, cycling, transit, cars, and trucks. It is a living document. It's taken a while to get to this point, and we think it will serve the city well for years going into the future, but you'll have to be reviewing it every so often to make sure that it is still up to date with the best practice. It is a long-term vision, and it casts a new vision, a complete streets vision that's in line with what the region is doing as well. And it is done, though, for a city-specific context. I had mentioned the region and what they're doing. You'll see I quote them in a future slide, and the region already has prepared a Niagara region-wide transportation master plan, which we are well aware of and are trying to leverage as part of this work as well. In terms of what a transportation master plan is not, that's available on the next slide. And so I wanted to just make it clear that endorsement of this plan tonight does not bypass or fulfill all the requirements for municipal class environmental assessment studies for major transportation improvements. This is not necessarily a blank check. The council still would have to allocate the budget for any project that is going to construction. And in some cases, for sure, there would be additional study and additional consultation that would go forward. You'll also notice that this is not a plan that addresses localized issues such as traffic calming on a specific street or individual items, filling in potholes or whatnot. This is really looking citywide to put together a strategy for how best to accommodate all modes of travel on a citywide basis. Next, I wanted to get into the audiences that we have engaged, going over for the last couple of years using a number of different methods, including your very own Engage STC website, just in our last round, and meeting with different people through the community which are highlighted on the next slide in terms of, at one point we were at Brock University for an orientation week to get input from students there. Use the Kiwanis Aquatic Center for a public meeting a couple years back. You might recall me speaking to you last November at a training workshop. After that workshop, we had a public meeting on an online forum such as this, as well as a meeting with the Transportation and Advisory Committee as part of your city. Some themes that we've been hearing in terms of improving, extending the transit network and the access, promoting cyclist safety and pedestrian connectivity, and looking into any vehicular traffic congestion. These are things that we would look at in just about any transportation master plan, but we have tried to really focus that on the current context and the future context for the city of St. Catharines. And so as we go on to the next slide, we're trying to make this St. Catharines specific through a very specific effort to look at the most vulnerable road users first, the pedestrians, and then looking to the cyclists, and then to the transit network and the goods movement network, and also the roads network. But to start at the most vulnerable user and to focus our efforts there as we look at this, so that we can take this complete street approach that integrates all modes of transportation for the betterment of the community. The reason that we're doing this is diagrammed on the next slide, which is showing us that, say, in the years after World War II, a lot of the transportation planning and engineering was done from the center line of the road out. And what we've seen in the 21st century is a shift in focus to try to actually come from the property line in. And by coming from the property line in, that gives us the opportunity to first focus on the pedestrians who would be on a sidewalk or multi-use path, and to make sure that we are providing for those users, for cyclists, for transit riders. We're still going to provide for cars and trucks, but we're trying to shift the focus. And this is the concept of complete streets, which is defined on the next slide. And this comes straight out of the Niagara Region Complete Streets Policy Handbook, just to try to show you that we are working hand in hand with what the region's doing. And this is really to say that we want a street network that is designed for all modes of transportation and all transportation users, so people can travel by whatever mode they choose. Now, I want to say the word network because not each and every single street would be considered complete. The St. Catharines Transit doesn't run on every single local road. They're probably typically on the collectors and arterials, so we don't necessarily need to accommodate St. Catharines Transit buses on every local road. But we want to make sure that there is a network so that people can walk, cycle, take transit, go in vehicles where they need to go in the city. And that it also would then, of course, connect to the surrounding region. So it really is an all ages and abilities plan. And this is the focus of the Transportation Master Plan, and really the big move that we're trying to set up the city for this approach. That's highlighted on our next slide. I haven't put into the presentation a map just because it would probably be fairly small on your screen, but we worked very closely with the city's staff to try to reimagine the street network. We still were having some of those typical roads that you would see, local, collector, and arterial, but how do we tailor them to the St. Catharines condition to recognize that some of them might be a main street mixed use, or it could be a collector in a mixed use, and by mixed use, I mean it could have different types of land use, it could have some retail, it could have some residential, a mix, or something that might be more primarily just residential. We've come up with a street classification network that also respects the rural areas and is tailored to your city to make sure that we are meeting this goal of a complete street. With that overall umbrella, I want to get into some of the specifics in terms of the recommendations that are in the Transportation Master Plan. So as we go to the next slide, we're starting with the active transportation network. Like I said, we're trying to start with, we made a conscious effort to start with the most vulnerable road users. And so this would be talking about walking and cycling. The city already has a network and we're trying to leverage that. And so we have come up with different facility types. You'll see there's a number of different facility types At our council workshop, there was a question on if this also talked about off-road trails. So yes, we want to leverage those as part of the city's overall transportation network. And so you'll see that we have a number of different facilities types that go citywide and try to fill in missing gaps and also be within the boulevard, within the city's right-of-way, and also on some off-road trails. And one of the important recommendations out of this is to develop an active transportation specific plan to prioritize these items. We have a map that shows the different locations, and we even have recommended the types of facilities they would be, but like the intricate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, do these first would be a next step that would come. Turning to transit, we have a number of recommendations for transit, and we recognize that consolidation of transit may be forthcoming, but we are strongly of the opinion that regardless of who is operating transit within the city of St. Catharines, these recommendations would stand. We had different comments from the public and different technical stakeholders about maybe extending peak hours or extending transit service until later in the evening. We had comments on specific routes. We want to leverage the GO train station, and as like a future ready to look toward potential electric and hybrid buses as a feasibility review. This is where the industry is going to some degree. It does require additional infrastructure. It does require additional financial resources. So that is seen as a more long-term horizon, but certainly there are some items we understand and recognize that ridership is probably lower now than it was pre-COVID, but I personally believe that it will come back, and we need to be ready for that. And transit will be an important part of the city of St. Catharines' overall transportation network going forward. And so we are putting forward these recommendations as part of the transportation master plan. I'll switch now to a couple of road projects, but they're not really road projects. These are really projects that would benefit all modes of transportation. We looked at two focus areas, one in the northern portion of your city and one in the southern portion. This one we've termed Fairview Mall, and we've seen and been told about traffic congestion that can come during peak hours, especially on the YMCA Drive. And just in going to the site, we've seen a path that's been worn away by people walking or cycling through the grass that head up to Scott Street. And speaking with St. Catharines Transit Commission and different stakeholders, we tried to determine, should this be only for pedestrians and cyclists? Should it be for pedestrians, cyclists, and transit? Or should it be for pedestrians, cyclists, transit, and vehicles? And at the end of the day, we're recommending that it would be a multimodal connection for all modes of transportation. We have certainly heard about the value of the green space. And so we have a very big like swath there, but we would be hugging we'd try to maintain as much of the green space as possible in any alignment. Also aware that there could be some natural heritage in this area if something were constructed. And so that's why it's important to note that endorsing the plan tonight does not mean that this project goes forward automatically. There would be additional study and additional consultation to make sure that this is the right decision for the city, and to make sure that the right decision is to look for all modes of transportation. But that is our recommendation here tonight. The other item I wanted to focus on was the Chestnut Street extension. There is a missing link in this area, in the southern portion of the city. The city owns the land. It's a fairly straightforward connection, but there would be additional study. This is another one where we would not just bring the bulldozer out tomorrow to do this. We have heard in the consultation about, would this elicit shortcutting traffic? It's not designed for that. It's designed as a community connection, but recognizing there's only so many opportunities to get across Highway 406, and that this would really help in the connectivity of this area. Once again, we looked at it, would it only be for pedestrians and cyclists? But we decided at the end of all of our analysis that we think it would be a worthwhile connection for all modes of transportation. A few recommendations on the goods movement network are on the next slide. And the one I did want to focus on, because we did talk about it at our workshop last November, is the number 6, to permit trucks on the Welland Canals Parkway from Glendale Avenue to Eastchester Avenue. There has been some concern that there are some residential areas that back onto that road. But as we looked at the citywide network for goods movement, we saw this as a more appropriate route than some existing routes that are on the books as being truck routes, that we thought this would be a better route for truck movement. Not that they're using it all the time, but sometimes depending on bridges being up and down, trucks may be using that. And so we have kept that in the plan. The city, through the regional road network and the highway network, you already have a very good goods movement network. So we don't necessarily see that a lot of things need to change in that, but we want to make sure that the goods movement are using the most appropriate streets. And so that's part of our whole complete streets outlook in this transportation master plan, and why we're making the recommendations that we are making. I've tried to keep this presentation relatively brief so that we can get into any questions that you may have. On the next slide, I did want to just let you know what the next steps would be. Following council endorsement, the study team would issue a notice of study completion. That is part of the environmental assessment process. And that would, with the issuing of that notice, we have a mandatory 30-day public review period where the transportation master plan report would be available for review by technical agencies, residents of your city. It's available for everybody. And that would then conclude your process, provided that there isn't some huge comment that couldn't be addressed. The city would then be looking to implement the different elements of the transportation master plan, recognizing that some of those elements require next steps that would include additional consultation and additional technical analysis. I greatly appreciate your time, and on behalf of the city team and us from WSP, thank you for your attention. I'd be happy to answer questions, and I know that the city staff are also here should it be appropriate for them to answer. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sears, thank you very much for the presentation. I believe the report itself was how many pages, Mr. Sears?
The report is extensive. Yes, I don't remember the exact number, but it is an extensive report. We've tried to set the city up for success and cover everything. It's an umbrella document.
No, I appreciate it. It was bigger than a novella and probably maybe shorter than a standard book. So it's 200 pages maybe. Just giving the public a perspective of what you saw on the screen today was a very small snapshot, if you will, of the kind of detail that's in this master plan. So I don't want people who may be watching it right now going, oh, that's an interesting plan. We only touched on 2 points, but there's a lot more to it. So before we get into the questions, and I'm going to keep you on, Mr. Sears, Councillor Porter, I'm going to go to you first because I indicated before all this that I'd be going to Councillor Porter, and I'll go to you first, and then we'll have a discussion of council.
Sure. I am really thrilled that this is coming to council right now. I think it's very timely. There's a new administration in the United States, and they are talking about the same thing. Pete Buttigieg is talking about complete streets and active transportation. And so it seems kind of strange that I want to defer a decision on this to the next meeting, but we just received this very massive report, which I think is going to be transformational for our city. And we got it on Friday, and I don't think that I've read it. I personally, I've been following this, but I need some more time. And I actually think that we need to let the community know what we're doing. This is going to be transformational. And I don't think the community really realizes what we have in front of us. So I'd like to have a fulsome discussion tonight, but allow the community to understand what we're doing. And there's no one here tonight, and I like to provide the opportunity for the community to come and speak to this if they want to at the next council meeting, and we can make the decision at the next council meeting.
Okay, so with that in mind, and I respect Councillor Porter's, and it'll be the will of council to do that. With that in mind, the reason why I wanted Councillor Porter to speak first is because we can either have a whole bunch of opinions put on the table and talk about things in a very micro or macular way, or we can do the deferral and then have very targeted questions today, things that you want to see answered at the next meeting, put on the table. So we're not, and this is where I want council to have a decision making. So we can defer the decision of this to the next meeting of council. Tonight, ask questions specifically to the staff, but please don't get opinionated. So just ask questions that you want some clarification for. And then at the next meeting, we can have a more detailed, are elements that you want strengthened, or there's elements that you're concerned about that we can better language. That would be for the next meeting. So just by a show of hands, are we good with that?
Yes.
Thumbs up. Okay. So to the clerk, we're going to park the deferral, but that's going to be the decision that we're going to make. We'll have a vote on it. And then for now, I've got a list of speakers. And if you can just make sure your questions are specific to the report and what you want clarification with over the next 2 weeks even would be helpful. Okay, so we'll do that. And we'll go to Councillor Kushner. You're up.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Sears, at the beginning, you said the strategy does not address localized issues. And then towards the end, you talk about 2 localized issues. You talk about Fairview Mall and you talk about the Chestnut Street extension. Are there any other issues, localized issues, and why did you select these 2?
Through the mayor to the councillor, those issues, I guess, maybe I misspoke. I guess they could be considered a localized issue. When we did some spatial analysis of the people who are traveling in those areas, we can see somewhat like the Fairview Mall. There's a number of vehicles coming or people traveling from the northern part of the city there. And so we saw that as a way to address that portion of the city, in terms of if there were a connection from Scott Street, a person wouldn't end up on Lake to YMCA Drive to get into this area if they were, say, in a vehicle. And if they were walking or cycling, they would have a dedicated facility to do that instead of cutting through the grass. So these are items that were identified at the beginning of the project, where we had a number of concerns. Some of them we actually have identified would be led by the region. One of those would be the Carlton extension to Grapeview. If Carlton were extended west, that would be something led by the region. We did want to focus on these 2 areas because they had been brought up before as being areas of concern. Maybe they're considered local. We looked at it a little bit bigger for just the northern part of the city and the southern part of the city. Those are the specific ones that we have addressed in the transportation master plan. In terms of other items that would be local, like we've looked at specific routes for the transit routes. We've looked for specific missing links of the cycling network, but we have also looked at it from the whole citywide network. And I think we brought up those 2 items for the road network because by and large, the road network is functioning fairly well. Some of the challenges would be on the provincial or the regional network. And during the time frame of this project, Martindale Road has been widened to address one of those concerns.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Councillor Kushner. And we'll go to Councillor Cisco. You're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, I don't believe this would necessarily go to Mr. Sears. It may go to our staff, but I'm hoping that staff can comment for the next meeting. And this is going to be very specific, but Welland Vale has been classified as a collector residential corridor on the maps. And just based on my reading of the criteria that we have for collector residential corridors, it doesn't fit that model at all. It should be, I believe, a community street. And based on the uses there, for the most part, I think it fits better with that. I'm also a little bit concerned because it's been the subject of a number of conversations between myself, and transportation and environmental services staff over the last several years about possible traffic calming. And by reclassifying it as a collector residential corridor, that would seem to eliminate the possibility of any form of traffic calming. There was also a discussion about actually closing the bridge on Wellandvale to through traffic. But again, this classification would seem to eliminate that. So I'm hoping staff can come back with some justification at the next meeting for why that particular street, which really doesn't fit, based on my reading of the maps, it's really the only road like that that has been classified in such a way. And what steps as council we can take to remove that classification and have it classified as a community street, if that's the decision of council. So if that could come back to us at the next meeting, I would be very much appreciative.
Okay, well said, Councillor Cisco. I move over to Councillor Sorrento.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is for Manager Appleby. Just a few questions, Mr. Mayor. I see in Appendix 1.8 that there is a chart with a subheading, subheading streetscaping and wayfinding. And I know that these are already in the official plan. So you may be aware that that the Facer District is going to have a streetscape master plan that will be forthcoming. And then there's also a new area, Manager Appleby, that has been identified in the Bunting Welland Corridor, Cushman Road, QEW, called the Design District. Can you just tell us generally how this would be incorporated into the TMP? Please.
Sure, thanks. Yep, thanks. Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor. The TMP, as you've stated, doesn't specifically talk to Facer Street or Bunting as far as having streetscape elements added to them. However, through the complete streets policies that are hopefully be adopted through this, and as well as through other direction provided in the TMP, it would definitely lend support and encourage streetscaping and improvement to the pedestrian realm and active transportation on those two corridors, especially the Facer Street being quite unique. That was another road that it was actually shown to be a collector in there as well, because when we raise the classification for that road from a local, it allows us to explore additional streetscaping stuff that otherwise wouldn't normally be implemented on a local road. So and Bunting Road is identified as an arterial in there, and our new complete streets guidelines and classifications do incorporate extensive information as far as improvements to the pedestrian realm.
That's great. And Mr. Mayor, again, my question is to Manager Appleby. So under Appendix 2, under the HCM specialized intersection capacity analysis, what is the purpose of these matrices?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the purpose of the HCM, so HCM stands for Highway Capacity Manual, and that is an industry standard that is applied to the analysis of unsignalized, so stop control, and signalized intersections. And the purpose of those is to provide the operational performance indicators for each of the intersections that were looked at. So that allows us to get a baseline of what it looks like today, given the operations and the signal timing and volume, for example, at a signalized intersection. And if we were to make changes in the future, for example, diverting traffic to another route that didn't particularly didn't exist previously, it would allow us to see the operational benefits or disbenefit of any change that we do. So that's the purpose of all of those. And they're very extensive in the appendix, that's for sure. So good on you for looking at those. They're not the most interesting thing, but that's essentially what they're intended to do. It gives us a frame of reference to compare improvements or changes to the network.
And Mr. Mayor, again, to Manager Appleby, those would be rated A to F, and then just depending on good performance or very poor performance. Is that accurate?
Absolutely, yes. So through you, Mr. Mayor. So A being the best performance, meaning that there's essentially no delay to vehicles. F being representing basically gridlock. So And then everything else sort of falls in between those. Anything that's rated around a C or a D is usually typical for an urban signalized intersection that flows reasonably well. That's what you would expect to see.
And Mr. Mayor, just as a clear example of that, we might look at the intersection at Geneva Street and Carlton Street and might say that that's an E or an F, or was, just so people have an idea of what we're talking about with respect to the intersections. That's what these matrices look at. Is that correct, Mr. Manager Appleby?
Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, one final question, Mr. Mayor. Now, there was mention there about the potential route, a study between Secord Drive and YMCA Drive. So just to be clear, we are not approving this tonight. We're just saying we're going to look at this, and it's just going to be a study, and that will come back to council in a separate report. Is that correct?
Yeah, 3 years, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. So the Transportation Master Plan would make a recommendation for staff then to look at that potential for that connection in the future. Any connection of that nature, as Mr. Sears had noted, would require further study, including a class environmental assessment. And that would have to be done in the future. And that provides not only additional time for residents and stakeholders to comment, but also for council as well.
Thank you, Manager Appleby. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councillor Sorrento. And if you have any further questions, it would be good over the next 2 weeks just to continue to forward them to the Director Manager Appleby. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Martuccio or Mr. Appleby, whoever. I was going to ask a similar question to Councillor Sorrento, but from a little bit different direction. So my understanding of this term active transportation connection is essentially we're talking about a traditional asphalt road.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, the recommendation in the TMP is for a multimodal connection ultimately. However, that would have to go through that rigorous study, and in the short term, and what wouldn't require an EA would be to improve the current sort of well-worn path that exists today, and improve that so that you could walk and cycle through there without going through essentially the grass or the mud.
But isn't, because we've included this active transportation connection, which is essentially a road, aren't we in fact approving it? We would be approving it if it gets voted on next week.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, you're not. All this would approve would be for us to seek funding and to look into it further in the future. The study itself would be at the end of the study, it would be the outcome of whether or not it would be approved, and then we would still need to construct it. So the TMP is essentially providing some guidance and direction to look at various recommendations that have been made that may be beneficial to the city moving forward.
Thank you. And my other question is, I gather that an underlying premise of our transportation master plan is to encourage a more diverse transportation modes, multimodal. Mr. Sears mentioned at the beginning, and I'm sure that you are aware of concept of induced demand, being that when you add pavement and roads, you simply just add equivalent amount of traffic congestion that's been experienced in North American cities over the last 50 or 75 years. Have we factored that into this idea of discouraging personal passenger automobiles and encouraging alternate modalities?
Sorry.
No, I'm just saying, I want to bring Mr. Sears into this if you want to touch just briefly on the difference, because I think Councillor Williamson brings up a good point. The difference, we do have trails that are looking to be upgraded so that they're not just crushed gravel. So can you speak to that?
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to the councillor, and I'll start, and maybe if Mr. Appleby wants to add as well. When we looked at this, we were looking at regional mobility, regional in this part of the city. And so we had done some analysis using geographic information systems to figure out like where are the people coming from or going to. And we saw that in the Fairview Mall area, a lot of that is coming to and from the north. And so we saw that this was an opportunity to alleviate some of the congestion on existing intersections that might also be conflicting with the traffic from the QEW. In speaking with Mr. Morrison and St. Catharines Transit Commission, we had learned that they sometimes will have trouble getting their buses in and out of this area during peak periods, and so they have trouble with on-time performance. That led us to think, this would help in the on-time performance of the transit buses. And then when we saw the I haven't been there during COVID, but prior to that time, I'm coming to you tonight from Markham. We've been there and we've seen ourselves the path that Brian had, Mr. Appleby had mentioned has been worn. So we had started with the idea that this would be for walking and cycling, but we did see through talking with the transit and reviewing other data, we did see some benefit for all modes of travel. We certainly would support at least making the walking and cycling formal. That would probably attract more people. Would this also attract more vehicles? Potentially, I can't say no, it would not, but we are not, the intent behind this is not necessarily to attract more vehicles, it's to help with the overall mobility by whatever mode you choose in this part of the city.
Thank you. Was there consideration given to having a dedicated bus lane through there if the transit is one of the issues?
Through the mayor to the councilor, that was a specific consideration that was brought up amongst the project team with the city. We identified a challenge of enforcement if that were transit only. Like the transit buses wouldn't be constantly going back and forth. They run on a regular schedule. And so there was some concern that it possibly could be misused by private vehicles and it would become an enforcement issue. But we did specifically consider that. It's still something that could warrant further consideration, but there was a concern about enforcement. And as we looked further at the data, we thought that it could also be a benefit to private vehicle traffic as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Williamson. Where I was going with that, Mr. Sears, is there's also trails across the city that were former rail spurs. And those trails are being converted, as Councillor Townsend and Councillor Sorrento have been advocating for in what would be the north and the east part of our city. They're being converted into what would be bicycle and pedestrian, very well used trails. So just want to make sure those are included in your comments. So going over to Councillor Phillips, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The ward that I represent, along with Councillor Dodge, is in the northeast corner of the city, which includes an industrial park. Also a shipyard that's becoming increasingly busy, and any ships that do come in to unload, which aren't very many so far, but could increase access the roads, particularly Lakeshore Road and Niagara Street in our ward. Both those roads are main roads, main arteries. However, they are residential with leading from that corner all the way up to the QEW. The problem we have is we have large trucks using those roads when in fact they could be going down a back road called Reed Road and hooking up with QEW. Would you say that it would be more advisable to restrict truck traffic such as that and virtually enforce them to take that back road rather than going through Niagara Street and Lakeshore Road? We have a lot of complaints from residents. Those streets are getting busier all the time with tourist traffic going from St. Catharines to Niagara Lake. It's becoming a problem. I don't know if that should be, I know it is a local issue, but I don't know if that should be something, a recommendation in your report or not. I direct that to Mr. Sears.
Through the mayor to the councilor, I was just trying to pull up the map to remind myself if the roads you're speaking of are regional roads. Regional roads
Yes.
Yeah, so regional roads are designed for truck traffic. We could certainly entertain your idea. We would want to be also working with the Niagara region because their mandate is to move goods is one of their mandates. And so those roads are designed to move goods. I can certainly appreciate that there are residential uses along some of those roads. And in all of my work in Ontario, I've always seen the goods movement industry want to be a good neighbor. If they have a viable alternative, they're happy to use it, provided it's a viable alternative in terms of it doesn't, inordinately increase their delivery times and whatnot. So we would have to see if the road that you're proposing is built to a standard to accommodate goods movement. I might defer to Mr. Appleby on that. That's certainly a comment we can take back and try to have a more fulsome answer at the next meeting on April 12th. Mr. Appleby, did you want to comment?
No, thanks, Brett. That pretty much covers it. As Brett said, the Niagara and Lakeshore are regional roads, so we would have to have those discussions with Niagara region. As far as vehicles using Reed Road, it is possible. The challenge is when you get to Carlton Street, the bridge crossing over the canal is not conducive to operating any sort of large vehicle over. It's a bit of a challenge to go up there. You can go across into Niagara on the lake, but again, that's getting out of our jurisdiction when we talk about anything east of Reed Road. So I think those questions we would have to talk to our other partners at other government levels.
I'm not indicating that they would cross at Carlton Street. I'm indicating that they would run straight down. You can run straight down to QEW and hook up with where Homer Bridge comes, hang a left, and then get up to the QEW. It's a longer route, I agree, but there isn't a street light or traffic lights, and to me, it's going to save a lot of anguish from our residents who are very concerned. But if you can look into that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Littleton, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of points. Like Councillor Cisco, I have a question, and I hope I read it wrong, but we're looking at Mr. Appleby is not at all. I should say he's very well aware of Grantham Ave South. In this report, it is saying it is a collector residential. It is absolutely not a collector residential in our description. And even in that description of the plan, it is saying that would mean it would have truck traffic, which as he's well aware that we are trying to remove truck traffic off that street. And additionally, when I'm looking at the document on page 59, when I'm looking at the sketch of what collector residential corridor would look like, you can't even get a bus down that road. It's a 300-meter road. So maybe something that we could discuss if it's coming back, like Councillor Cisco's concerned, that's a non-starter, I think, when we're looking at that. Also, I did want to ask the Welland Canals Parkway. I think that again, if we can have this conversation when it comes back, because while I understand what Mr. Sears is saying, we have built hundreds of homes there, and we will continue to build. There are there are apartment buildings that have been already approved. There's going to be hundreds more, and that's not even built out the entire thing to Glendale. So I just don't see, unless we completely are committed to redesigning that entire street to look like something like this, how we could possibly allow truck traffic on that area. So just again, something to bring back if that's what our plan is here, to have that discussion. I did also want to ask, this is more of a, we talk a lot about transit in here, but how would this moves forward, the possible regionalization of transit affect this plan? That would be, I guess, my first question after my third topic, but my first question to be answered tonight.
Through the mayor to the councillor, I could start, and if Mr. Morrison wanted to chime in, please do. But we feel very strongly that the recommendations in the transportation master plan are appropriate regardless of who operates transit in St. Catharines. Some of the recommendations are based on your existing demands seen before COVID, but on the existing demands, we think there could be some optimization. We think some of the routes could be run more frequently if funding were available. That could be run longer in the evening if funding were available. And so we stand behind those as being something that we would recommend regardless of who is operating the transit. But we are cognizant that regionalization is a possibility, but we do believe these recommendations should be implemented, whoever is running the transit.
Thank you. And just a follow up to that, then there would be the possibility of no weight to it. We could recommend that we like that. However, the transit operator would then have complete decision-making powers in that.
Mr. Mayor, could Mr. Morrison please help me on that one?
Sure. Yeah, I think we included the transportation master plan recommendations as part of the commission's response to the governance study. So it would be part of that process of any transfer agreement.
Okay, thank you. I thought I read in the document, and someone can stop me if I was wrong. Did the region adopt complete streets in 2012? Did I see that? That was the year for that?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the region has been working on complete streets for some time. So certainly, I don't have the date directly in front of me, but they have been working on it and they continue to work on it. They're currently preparing design guidelines for regional roads. Actually, our firm, not myself personally, but my firm, WSP, is working with the region on that assignment. So it has been an ongoing process that they have been going through and they continue to go through, but we are aware of what they're doing and believe that we are in conformance, or at least we're not going separately. We're leveraging the work of each other. And so our work has focused on the city's street network.
I'm just wondering, because I think our city street, when I'm looking at this is aspirational, and I think is a really great way that we would want our streets to look. And I'm thinking if this region had this in place in 2012, I think they missed it on a few regional roads that have perhaps could have been even better, that is in these drawings. You know what I'm saying? And I'm thinking of Queenston Street, for example. Queenston Street doesn't look anything like some of these streets here.
Mr. Mayor, if I could comment to that through you, and then maybe, I don't know if Mr. Appleby wants to comment as well, but part of the work that the region is doing right now is on a design guideline, which they have not finalized. I know certainly it's always frustrating just as a resident to see roadworks be undertaken and then something to be missed out. You can just think, even in Markham, I live close to the 404. They redid the bridges across the 404 between Markham and Richmond Hill, but they didn't put any cycling facility on when they did that. And they might not redo those bridges again for how many decades? And so I can certainly hear that, but I would say that the region is moving toward, they have done work on complete streets and they continue to do that, and they want to reflect that in their design guidelines and eventually in what is constructed.
Thank you. And I think when we look at, St. David's Road heading away from the headquarters, that's a great example of where they got it right, where there's a separated bike lane, colored bike lane, both ways. That's an excellent example of that. I have a last question. I guess this is more philosophical, because in the document we talk a lot about this is a change in mindset. This is now reprioritizing. Even mentioned the word hierarchy. We are reimagining the hierarchy of users, which is a great thing to be doing, because I think that especially with the pandemic, we've seen how important it is to have pedestrian cycling. This is what we've been talking about for the last year. So I'm really excited to see that. However, my question is, and this is not to cast any kind of negativity on any city staff or anyone around this table. But we've done things for so long in one manner. And now we're asking, we want to reimagine the way we're going to do things. We're going to completely shift our focus. And now our focus is going to be, you know, pedestrian, cycling. You in the chart, you've seen it. You've seen the diagrams. How do we do it? What needs to happen at City Hall for that vision now to be realized? Because it's great for us to say these are our aspirations, and I think the community, you know, through some education and some thinking about it, might get on board of that, although there will be resistance, of course, because it's change. But how does the institution itself do that? What's in place to get that going? Does that question make sense?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, I think I understand what you're saying. And I think going back to the council training workshop in November, I think Mr. Smith, who's on the phone or on this call, he said it very well, in that there will be a period of transition. This is a different way of doing business, and so it won't necessarily happen overnight. There will be a period of time where it might be a little bit messy, or at least there has to be a period of time in terms of the operations and maintenance of facilities, as we try to make sure that we are prioritizing the most vulnerable road user. We might need to do things differently, use different equipment. So there will be a period of time, but we need to, but we think it's an absolutely great time to start, especially with Niagara's region's work toward complete streets. And this is the best practice that's come out, say, in the 21st century. So there will be a period of transition. I see Mr. Smith has come on the video. I don't know if he wanted to add to this, but you said it very well in one of our meetings before. Hopefully I've kind of put that in a good context here.
I think you did a good job there. Okay. So I think if we could draw that out for the next meeting as well, Councillor Littleton.
Thank you.
In terms
and
of
I just have one more question, Mr. Mayor, is my final question. Did I see, was I reading it correctly, that it's about $18 million, the cost to implement the active transportation network to complete that? Is that the number that we were looking at?
Through the mayor to the councillor, that would be the number to implement that. That would be reconfirmed in any type of detailed design. We work on active transportation across Ontario, so we feel we have a fairly decent understanding of what it costs to build facilities. In the detailed design, sometimes the facility might change for some reason that we just don't know at this stage. And then, of course, the cost could change, but we have put forward a price, and not expecting you to do that necessarily in 1 year, right? But over time, that would be a price to implement the network that we're recommending in the plan.
Maybe I can provide a little more, sorry, if I can maybe provide a little more clarification on that. Some of those works that are identified in the TMP will be implemented with other capital works as well, especially when you're getting into things like bike lanes and other active transportation networks. It requires a bigger capital project in order to implement those. The figures that are in the TMP are strictly for that piece of the network itself.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
All right, thank you, Councillor Littleton. In terms of Queenston Street, it's not finished yet. So the reason why you're not seeing the bike lanes is because of the former General Hospital site. The region does have designs for also the boulevard to put trees and everything else associated with it. But the thinking was wait until the project would be coming to fruition, because there's going to be a ton of transport trucks, a ton of dump trucks and stuff being utilizing on that road. They didn't want to do key parts of the infrastructure and then have it destroyed by the whoever's going to develop there. So when you look at the final approved design, you will have dedicated bike lanes, you will have parking, you have bump outs, you'll have trees that are planted, but none of that will take place for the next little while until that development comes to fruition. So I just wanted to clarify that part of why it looks the way it looks today. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Littleton. Councillor Miller, you're up.
Sorry, I forgot I had to plug in. Good to follow up on Councillor Littleton. I probably have a couple similar questions that she answered. I guess just with regards to Chestnut specifically, I know it says short-term implementation, but it also talks a lot of further consultation and decisions to be made. So what is the actual timeline on something like that?
Can we bring that back to the next meeting?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
I think Director Martuccio and Apple will be able to give us a better, what does the 5-year plan on that look like?
Okay, that sounds good. And just, it is alluded to in the plan. It talks about some of the issues around Glendale and Merritt, traffic wise, especially, and obviously Chestnut, will maybe alleviate some of that, but not all of it. And with Glendale being a regional road, what's the interaction like there when maybe we need the region to do some maybe work on that road to help alleviate the congestion?
I could jump in terms of Glendale. That is an example of the region getting it wrong because they actually didn't do what they should have done when it came to adding things like bike lanes there. I brought it up at council when I came in 2014, and their thinking at the time was there's too much retail in a small square kilometer of that part of the city, and the reduction in cars will never happen, and the infringement on the pedestrian and biking, their feeling was it should be pushed down Jacobson, down Chestnut, and then back up on the other side by Thorold Music and all that area. That was the best that they can come up with in creating a different pedestrian and biking situation. So I'll allow if Manager Appleby or Director Martuccio wants to jump in, but that was a challenge. I'll be honest with you, Councillor Miller.
I've got nothing more to add to that. That's you've got covered.
I guess my concern is sort of best laid plans being undone by having to rely on another level of government here. I mean, I guess maybe could you touch on again, I suppose, what the region's involvement was in this TMP process, if any? Obviously, they were stakeholders we touch base with, but just what their involvement was.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the councillor. Actually, we met with the region, and this part of the city was actually one of the areas that we spoke about specifically, because we were trying to determine the best tool in order to assess this area and to assess the connectivity that the Chestnut Street extension would provide. And the region's model is for all of Niagara region, and they do have Glendale Avenue in the model, but it's just not, it's a strategic model that really wasn't appropriate for this level of a study, which is kind of like a portion of the city. And so through that consultation, we elected to look in more detail, and that's why we do have a lot of those appendices that are showing our analyses where we looked at intersections within this part of the city. In addition to that specific meeting where we were talking about this and a couple of other items in the city, the region has been as part of our technical agency committee that we met with in November, and we've met with them previously toward the beginning of the study. So we have been in touch with them throughout the process, and also specifically regarding this part of the city when we were looking at the Chestnut Street extension.
Okay. I guess, and then just I guess sticking with Chestnut, maybe for the next meeting, I think, like you said, most people seem to be in favor of it, but we have residences on the other side, and you mentioned the concern about extra traffic in that area. Could you maybe if not show us, but tell us how the road design might alleviate some of the speeding concerns? Because I think if we are going to make it open to vehicular traffic, which I think is the right move, it needs to be designed in such a way that the speeds are really limited, because it goes right into that residential area on the other side of Chestnut. So just something for next meeting, maybe to give us a good idea of. I know we're not approving the design, don't get me wrong, but just so we know what we're talking about. And next question, Councillor Wilton, I think sort of touched on this around Welland Canals. Specifically the section between Glendale and Queenston, where we put a lot of houses. I guess maybe Brian or Anthony could answer this one, just about how we make that decision, because 20 years ago, obviously that was a much different road. But when does something become residential and starts to change how we look at that road? I struggle to think how else we're going to move goods north, south in the east part of the city, but that it's a huge concern.
And the other question is that our responsibility, that road? So are we responsible for the capital upgrades and everything associated with it, even though it's a canal road under federal jurisdiction? So just having that information as well.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I can answer yes, we are responsible for that piece of road. And then to Councillor Miller's question, typically we'll suggest that the road would be residential in nature when there is residents that front the road. Currently, there are no residents fronting the road. They're all reverse frontage. The east side, as you all know, is for the most part the canal with the museum and the ball hockey there. But that's essentially when we consider the road to be a residential road. And then as you can see through the new classifications, we also have different classifications of residential roads. So we have, say, for example, Bunting has, and Niagara being a regional road, has mostly residential, right? So there's different levels of residential road. There's your basic locals, and then we have residential all the way up to arterial. They're all treated somewhat differently based on their classification. Welland Canals Parkway is a somewhat unique road in that it doesn't really look like any other road that we have. That being said, it is a connector between the two bridge crossings, two regional roads, and the industrial section just to the north of Queenston as well. So those were our thoughts. But again, we can discuss that more at the next meeting if that's appropriate.
Okay, that sounds good. And just the last point I'll make, I know we're going to talk about regionalization of transit a different time, but I know at the commission, I'm sure alarm bells go off when we talk about exciting things like growing the service, and then also mention that it's going to be out of our hands. So that's something we have to continue to consider as we look at regionalization of transit, and obviously going to be part of those conversations. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Porter's up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question is to Mr. Sears. Mr. Sears, this is the first transportation master plan in St. Catharines in 50 years. Is that unusual? Are we, I'm trying to determine how behind we are in comparison to other cities of our size.
55 years. Just want to correct it. 5 years might make a difference.
Through the mayor to the councillor, I don't want to say that St. Catharines is behind. Different cities will embark on these in different times. Typically, cities will be doing these updates, say every 5 years or so, to like align with the official plan updates, or also if you're preparing new development charges and you're looking to understand which infrastructure you want to include in the development charge, then it's useful to have a transportation master plan that would provide the justification for why different projects are in a development charges background study. So I would say typically in Ontario, these plans are done by cities of your size, and many would have a transportation master plan, and they would update them on the, probably not more often than 5 years, but in the 5 to 10 year timeline.
So I think maybe Councillor Kushner could answer this. There was a director of transportation the last time the Leafs won the cup, and they said, we're not going to do another one until the Leafs win the cup. That's why we don't have one yet. Councillor Porter, sorry about that.
That's okay. I think Councillor Littleton raised a good point, because I wanted to bring this up as well. So I'm wondering if staff at the next meeting, I'm not looking for a full report, but there are keys to a successful implementation so that this doesn't sit on the shelf that I'm sure staff have thought about. And because we haven't had this in 50 years. And as Councillor Littleton said, we were turning things upside down. Like I'm thinking about staff training. Some people went to engineering school 40 years ago. Even Director Smith's engineering school doesn't even exist anymore. He went to Tons in Halifax. And not to make light of that, but I find that things are changing rapidly. I'm learning new things. And with the pandemic, I even think there's another shift in complete streets and how we're designing and building cities, or more and more people walking. So this is absolutely crucial. So I'm wondering if staff could come back. We need to figure out as a council how we're going to make sure this doesn't sit on the shelf and that things get funded properly. I think that the staff need to figure out how everybody's going to get trained and what this change means and how we're going to prioritize projects in a new way. So I don't need the question answered tonight, but I think this is something that we need to consider at the next meeting. And I think that's the end of my comments. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. So I think at the next meeting, maybe have a roadmap of maybe Mr. Sears, you can provide a bit of a roadmap of what other communities who have had these plans updated every 5 years, how they have navigated it through from a council perspective and also from a multi-department perspective as well. And now Councillor, so we got two more, Councillor Dodge and then Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is, I'm just wondering if we defer this for the 2 weeks, does that mean when it comes back to council that anybody from the public, can they come and speak at that time then?
Yes.
Okay. And can they also put in written submissions up until that time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Most of my questions have been answered already, but I just wanted to follow up on, there are two areas of concern that have been identified that are a concern to me. Certainly the idea of putting a vehicular traffic through from Fairview Mall, I'm very concerned about. But the other one is the trucks on the Welland Canals Parkway. And with the first one, Brian Appleby identified that there would have to be studies and all kinds of things before that would happen and would be approved. But I don't think we touched on what has to happen before the Welland Canals Parkway would be converted or used more for truck traffic. Is that something ready to happen if we were approved, or is there a process that has to go through?
No, there'd be another process. And I think what Councillor Miller was asking for is to have some of that information come back at the next meeting.
Thank you. So similar, there will be an EA and everything else?
I think the information will come at the next meeting.
Okay.
So Councillor Miller asked for that for the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then I know that and I don't know if you want to touch on this, Councillor Garcia, but there is the region is working through Port Dalhousie on Main Street in Lakeport. And I think Councillor Garcia and Councillor Williamson, you were on that call, or I know Councillor Garcia was, where it shows the actual interconnection between the city and the region when it comes to the transportation master plan of that area. So next meeting, maybe talk to that and what that's looking like, so we can show how it's being brought into this system as well.
Yeah, that's a very complex one, Mr. Mayor, for the benefit of my colleagues, because of course you have what is largely a residential street by Mr. Appleby's definition in terms of homes fronting on it, but also it is kind of an arterial street that people like to speed along and so on, and then we go right through a business section. So
yeah, so it's a good one to touch on at the next meeting, just to bring that one as an example as well. All right, so that is it. We have I want to thank council for this discussion, because I think it helps the staff for the next meeting to figure out where we're going to focus a lot of our attention. A very helpful discussion overall, and we do have a motion for deferral, which was, this is kind of different, so we wouldn't do this all the time, but because of the size of this and the fact that I think Mark Elliott was only 3 years old when the last transportation master plan was done, 55 years can wait for another 2 weeks, I think. All right, with that, I'll just show of hands, motion to defer to the next meeting. And thank you to the staff for everything today. Looking forward for the next meeting because I think we'll have a more in-depth discussion to get more granular on some of the issues. And we move on now. Thank you, staff and council, for that. We move now to motions to ratify forthwith recommendations. The council approved those items approved forthwith by the general committee on Monday, March 29th. I got Councillor Townsend is up for that one, seconded by Councillor Kushner. Anyone opposed? All in favor? That's carried. Okay, so we have a motion now. Councillor Townsend, you got a motion on additional special council meeting. Evan, if you want to bring it up on the screen. Purpose of this, if you want to introduce a councillor, you're more than welcome.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward there, Mr. Mayor. It's to approve the council special meeting of council tomorrow evening, which will take place at 6 p.m. It's just asking that council approve this. Councillors have already been made aware of this months ago, so it's just asking for council to approve this.
Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Dodge. All in favor, show of hands. That's carried. Thank you for that. And now we go on to a longer motion, and it'll be 10.2, and I turn this over to Councillor Townsend. You're up again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's Bill 257, Schedule 3 has been creating a lot of attention in the news recently. I'll just, to sum it up, I'm asking that council gather together and support that Schedule 3 is removed from Bill 257, and asking the Premier of Ontario and the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. The reason I bring this forward is some councillors around the table might be asking, well, this is a provincial jurisdiction. The reason I bring this forward is because this Schedule 3 essentially gives the Premier or the Minister special powers to essentially snap their fingers and get any type of approval over wetlands, protected lands, including conservation areas. While I do agree with Bill 257 in the sense that it is important to build broadband and networks in communities that don't have, this opens the can of worms that would take out the opinions, the public opinion for municipalities and elected officials like ourselves right here to have any say over something that might take place in our community. Being the largest community right here in St. Catharines and having the Greenbelt close by, this is something that the public should have input on, as opposed to having a number of elected officials from across Ontario tell municipalities what they can or cannot do. So I think it's important that this be resolved and ask that the City of St. Catharines call on the Premier, Minister of Municipal Affairs to remove Schedule 3 from Bill 257, and that the City of St. Catharines send correspondence of the motion to all Ontario municipalities, MPPs, conservation authorities, and AMO. And keep in mind, we did just declare a climate emergency. So these types of moves should be only approved by municipalities. Thank you.
I will second that, Mr. Mayor, if you need a seconder.
I thought I clicked. My apologies. Thank you, Councillor Garcia, and Councillor Cisco for the seconding. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could make a motion to refer to staff to get just a summary from our government relations advisor, just with respect to Bill 257 and Schedule 3. So I have a little bit more information before I vote on this.
Okay, we have it for the next meeting.
That's fine.
CAO Chemnitz, is that can we get the turnaround in 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm getting a nod from Director York. Thank you. Okay, motion to refer for the next meeting, so this comes back, and with that information.
Recorded vote, Mr. Mayor, please.
Okay, recorded vote for referral to the clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dodge.
Sorry, no.
Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
No.
Counselor Phillips,
No.
Counselor Porter,
No.
Counselor Cisco,
Yes.
Counselor Sorrento,
Yes.
Counselor Townsend,
No.
Counselor Williamson,
No.
Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
Six. And it lost 7-6.
Okay, so any other Councillor Director Kitte, you have your hand up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought it might be helpful if I just provide some cursory comments for council's consideration in discussing this motion. So Schedule 3 is part to Bill 257. It doesn't necessarily align with the first two schedules of it, but it's a singular sentence. It's two sentences, so I'll read it out for you. But basically, the Planning Act is amended to provide that ministerial zoning orders made under Section 47 are not required and are deemed to never have been required to be consistent with policy statements issued under subsection 3.1. However, any part of such order that applies to land in the Greenbelt area is and always has been required to be consistent with a policy statement issued under subsection 3 sub 1. What this means is that the Minister of Municipal Affairs or any other minister under the provincial government can issue a ministerial zoning order or an MZO and have it not be consistent with the province's own growth plan, Greenbelt plan, Niagara escarpment plan. However, what this clause does say is that they'll still consider the Greenbelt area when issuing a minister's zoning order. I hope that helps clarify the issue somewhat, but basically gives the minister full right to do a minister's zoning order on anything without following the Planning Act, the Greenbelt Act, the Planning Act, the Niagara Escarpment Commission, the provincial policy statement, or the growth plan. But the Greenbelt Act would still be considered before issuing a ministerial zoning order.
Okay, so I guess I can ask a question. In terms of the Greenbelt, so the Greenbelt supersedes this? I'm kind of lost in what you're saying, but
I apologize. What it means, Mr. Mayor, is that the minister's zoning order would have to be consistent with the Greenbelt plan. So the MZO could not be in contradiction to the Greenbelt plan. Okay. However, an MZO could be issued that does conflict with the Niagara Escarpment plan, the provincial policy statement, or the growth plan.
Okay, hence why Councillor Townsend has conservation areas and wetlands, but not Greenbelt, because Greenbelt supersedes that section. Okay, that's good clarification, because I was wondering why Greenbelt wouldn't be included, but I have a better understanding of that now. Councillor Littleton.
At the risk of just being 100% honest, that I'm a little confused. Is the statement correct that whereas Schedule 3 gives the government absolute power to destroy wetlands and conservation areas, is that correct?
Where's this go? To council to
anyone?
Director
Can anyone
yes,
answer it?
I'm
just.
It is 100% correct. Yes.
Through the mayor to the councillor, as long as those wetlands and conservation areas do not have protection under the Greenbelt plan, then yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Okay, good understanding. Councillor Cisco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll thank Ms. Kate for providing the background information that probably would have been relevant to actually be able to make an informed decision on this. I always kind of question the hyperbolic language that gets tossed around with these partisan motions, but the explanation from Ms. Kate is appreciated and does provide a little bit of clarity, so thank you.
I'm on mute again. Thank you, Councillor Cisco. Councillor Miller.
Just, I guess to the clerk, when was the agenda published for that had this motion on it?
Thursday.
So counselors would have had 5 days if they didn't understand it to reach out to staff for clarification. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Miller. Councilor Sorrento, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just speak to the motion. I'm not in favor of it, Mr. Mayor. I think the MZOs exist for a reason. Let's just say, for instance, most recently, while we were reviewing the ELNA, let's just say at some point in time, an applicant or anyone wanted to appeal, go to the minister's office, because I think this is a common thing. It is not an uncommon thing across the province. And I think if I were to vote in favor of this, I would be voting in favor of taking away an option to a person who might really need the land rezoned. And I see that some of this language here is a little frightening, whereas what was the part? The power to destroy wetlands, Mr. Mayor. I don't think the government is in the business to destroy wetlands, in my humble opinion. So, I mean, I think if we vote to take this option away, I think it could do just as much harm as it could good, perhaps even more harm. So that's all I have to say about it, Mr. Mayor. I can't support it. Thank you.
All right, Councilor Sorrento, thank you for that. I would remind you that the previous provincial government had talked of wetland offsets. So I don't think any government is immune, except for maybe the Green Party and the NDP. The previous Liberal government was considering doing wetland offsets, so which I wouldn't agree with either. Councilor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't believe that wetland protection is a partisan issue. As you just mentioned, there are other parties in power who were very much looking at developing on wetlands. The ministerial zoning orders that the current provincial government have been entertaining are quite concerning, and they have, for instance, one was a huge wetland on the other side of Toronto that was supposed to be a huge warehouse. And we know that wetlands protect us from flooding. They help clean water. They help with climate change. So I think this is really important. Planning decisions really protect. Good planning decisions are meant to protect us and to build great cities and livable places. Some of the most recent ministerial zoning orders that have been entertained have been, should be a concern to all of us. So I'm in favor of this motion. I know it sounds inflammatory, but I honestly think that some of the ministerial zoning orders have been quite inflammatory as well, and a huge concern to some of the communities that have been challenging them. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Porter. Batten up next. Joe, oh, we got a couple now. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in full support of the motion. I think Schedule 3 is an attack on local democracy, and I think we have a better understanding of our wetlands and conservation areas than the province. So I'm fully in support. I must say I don't like the language destroying wetlands. I'm not sure that's their intent, but that may be the ultimate impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Cisco, you've already spoken, and
it's just a question. It's actually for clarification, Mr. Mayor. I was hoping that maybe we could hear from our AMO rep what AMO's position is on Bill 257 and Schedule 3.
Okay, Councillor Dodge.
Thank you for the question. And we did have a meeting on Friday, and this was discussed, and they were not supportive of this in general. And I was actually going to be asking for our planner as part of my report to give us some background information and an update so that we could understand this. So
AMO, so AMO is supportive of the direction that's generally in the motion right now?
That's correct.
Okay, good. No. All right, so that's the discussion. Thank you, Councillor Townsend, for bringing this forward. And we'll now have a recorded vote.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Townsend,
Yes.
Counselor Sorrento,
No.
Counselor Cisco,
Yes.
Counselor Porter,
Yes.
Counselor Phillips,
Yes.
Counselor Miller,
Yes.
Counselor Littleton,
Yes.
Counselor Kushner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Dodge,
Yes.
and Counselor Williamson,
Yes.
and Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right. Thank you very much for bringing this forward. We now move on, and Counselor, notice of motion, Counselor Porter, you're up. You're going to be bringing something forward next.
Yes, I'm going
council.
to be, yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I will be bringing a notice of motion to the next meeting on commercial insurance rates. And it's a motion that would ask the province to regulate commercial insurance rates. I've heard from local businesses that their commercial insurance has tripled over the last several years, and a lot of insurance rates have even gone up again during the pandemic. And there's a fear of price gouging, and this is something that needs to be regulated. There are other businesses who can't even get insurance at this point. So the province had promised to take a look at it, but nothing has happened yet, and our businesses are looking to us to voice their concerns.
Okay. Any other motions coming forward? If not, please get them to the clerk's office before we publish the next agenda. We do have report requests. Councillor Williamson, you've got one on the Y.
Yes, thank you. And I've purposely left this fairly general. My request is for a report in regard to the announced closure and sale of the Walker Family YMCA. The YMCA has had a physical presence in the city since 1859. We all are aware of the importance of the YW and the YMCAs in this community. I've discussed this at length with senior staff, and they're fully aware of the ramifications of this announcement. I'm personally particularly concerned about the loss of the aquatic programming, particularly children's swimming lessons, as that the deficit in that area will likely be a gap, it potentially will be a gap that we have to fill. So whatever we can do, there's a community group that has emerged to try and salvage something. And so whatever we can do as a municipality to try and collaborate, cooperate, do what we can to mitigate this loss, or to whatever work we can do. And it's important to keep the communication channels open. Thank you.
Okay, so looking for a needs assessment and impact on recreation services with the closure or potential closure of that building. Okay,
Yes.
And I know Director Christie has been already working on looking at that, so that should be a good turnaround. Director Christie, when do you think you could turn that around?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as you said, we have been in conversations with the YMCA already. I'm going to say 2 meetings from now, I should have something back.
Okay, so we'll do the transportation master plan next meeting, and then after that, we could bring that report back. Councillor Williamson, are you okay with that?
Yes. In the meantime, will it be possible for our staff to talk both to the current wide board, I guess, and to the members and other people that are affected in the community if they reach out, or how can we make these connections happen?
So Director Christie is already working with the board. I think the community side of it, Director Christie, if there can be one point of contact with one of the community members, that would probably be the most effective. So Councillor Williamson, I'm sure people are watching this tonight. If there's a spokesperson for that group, it would be good for them to be able to communicate with Director Christie as well. So if you can make that connection, that'd be great.
Yes, thank you. Will do.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Okay, so that's on the Y part.
No, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
Sorry. On the Y, like Councillor Williamson, I have received many concerns from the community on this. So I have sent an email to the CAO asking for a couple of information areas on this, and she asked me to just add it to this report. So if I can just mention that.
Yep.
I had asked that the report, when Director Christie comes back with it, include a summary of what public funds from any level of government have gone into this current facility, and also staff's advice on whether there is a possibility we could, as a city, could operate this building if it was donated to the city, or the facility, I mean.
Okay, so I guess Director Christie will have to ask the board if they want to donate it to the city. And if you get a yes or no on that, that would indicate the operational side of it. So I guess you just go forward with that kind of questioning. Thank you, Councillor Garcia. And Councillor Phillips, are you talking on this one too, or are you going to add something different?
No, I'd like to ask for another report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So Councillor Garcia, you do have another one, which is the BSC. So that's pretty self-explanatory. That should be able to come back to the BSC next BSC meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's very important because, you know, Port Lucie has had those baskets for so many years, and all of a sudden we don't have them. And it's one of the main tourist areas of the cities that we get the most visitors in. So,
okay,
thank you.
And then Councillor Phillips, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The staff be directed to prepare a report regarding the increased traffic situation in regards to the closing of roads in Port Weller East and the construction of an emergency access that is supposed to be done. Perhaps included in the report could be a showing of the increase in population in Port Weller East in the last 10 years. This is in regards to the new subdivision that's going in there, which Councillor Dodge and I are getting inundated with questions from, and rightfully so, from the residents over there.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's coming up. It's good. Seeing no other further ones, I would request, and this is a quick question to the Director of Economic Development, if you can jump on. In terms of, and this is going through Director York, for the patios this year, clarification, are we waiving the permit fees like we did last year for the patios?
Mr. Mayor, in January, Council approved that all application fees would be waived as they were last year.
And what about the permit fees from the planning department with any of those?
No, I don't believe that like structural permits were included in that. It was strictly the permits for the patio application itself. Perhaps Director could take, perhaps Director could take it, could clarify.
Okay, Director Kite.
Thank you. Through the mayor, that's correct. If anything requires a building permit or a Planning Act application, those fees would not be waived, but the permit application fee for just the patio itself has been waived.
And was that I apologize to council, was that the direction last year as well, that anything in the planning department side of the equation was charged to the patio holder?
Through the mayor, only if it required a Planning Act approval, which I don't believe that any of them did.
Okay, so do we have any this year that have been submitted that would require, and I'm just, again, other municipalities have waived it, so I'm just looking to see if it's worth exploring.
Through the mayor, at this time, I'm not aware of any temporary patio applications that require a variance process.
Okay, perfect. One other question to Director York about patios is the insurance process. So can we just get an update at the next meeting of council? Burlington has decided to make a change to some of its criterias around patios and insurance coverage. Could maybe a memo be prepared between now and the next meeting of council just to outline what Burlington has done, whether or not it actually was a good move or if it proved to be more challenging for the municipality?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor, we can have that memo to council next week.
Okay, because it does increase risk to the city on some of the directions that Burlington did, but we are being asked by other restaurants to look at that. So at least get some information before the next meeting of council, so we may be able to make a decision. So with that,
Mr. Mayor.
yeah. Oh, sorry, I didn't see it. I didn't see your hand up.
That's okay. I just wanted to go back to Councillor Phillips' request there. I'm just wondering on a time frame when we could expect to have that report back. And in that report, I'm wondering if, I don't know whether we have to include this as friendly, but I'm wondering what the time frame is when they would actually close Northrop Road up.
Okay, so we'll put that into the request if Councillor Phillips is okay with that.
That is definitely friendly for my friend, Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Or thank you, Councillor Phillips. And one of the reasons I'm asking that is because I know that part of the subdivision is already, like the 30 lots have already been, kind of, they're the first phase of this subdivision, but then the second phase, which would probably be considered much larger, would have increased traffic for the construction. And I'm just wondering if that would remain open until after that second phase would be finished.
Okay, we'll get all the information for council. That may come back as also a memo to council, so that we can maybe get it quicker instead of having a report, but I'll leave that to staff to figure out how quickly the information can be turned around. I'll look to Director Kitte. I don't know if this is your file, but the turnaround time for this information, maybe Martuccio, I don't know.
Through the mayor to council, this would be a collaboration between several different departments on what we can and cannot provide. That's included in this request. We can certainly provide that timeline, but it's Northrop is currently to remain open as a construction access point during the construction. So, and that means for building of the homes as well. So it will remain open for at least a year, if not longer.
Okay, good information. Thank you, and looking forward to these reports. Okay, so I believe we now have, where are we? Agencies, boards, and committee reports. Minutes to receive. We have a motion that council receive and file the minutes of the ABCs as presented. Could I have a mover on that? Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Sorrento. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. So I'm going to look to the clerk because we're going in camera. We got 3 items to go in camera for, and I'll save the clerk some time by saying one is for an unsolicited property acquisition request follow-up in camera pursuant to bylaw 215-170 as amended section B20 period 3C. A proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality local board. Number 2, divestiture agreement update in camera pursuant to Municipal Act 2392C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. 2392H, information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board by Canada, a province or territory or crown agency of any of them. 2392K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried out on or by or be on behalf of the municipality. And then number 3, property matter, acquisition and disposal, Lakeport Road, Realty File 18004, pursuant to in-camera bylaw 215-170, as amended, section 23C, B23C. A proposed or pending acquisition, disposition of land by the municipality or local board. To the clerk, please read the disclaimer.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. By attending the in-camera session, each member of council acknowledges that their obligations under the Code of Conduct, including responsibilities related to the confidentiality of closed session materials and discussions, remain the same as if they were physically present at the meeting. This includes that members of council are not permitted to record the proceedings and that they must ensure that no other person can see or hear any of the confidential deliberations taking place this evening. Thank you.
All right, can I have a motion to move in camera? Councillor Miller, seconded by Councillor Townsend. And Councillor Williamson, is that sailor going to be behind you during the in camera?
Oops, that is Robin Hood, Mr. Mayor, Robin Hood.
Robin Hood? That's Robin.
Yes.
Okay, all in favor to go in camera with Robin Hood? Carried. See everybody into the breakout room. I guess we have to hit that button, or Evan, are you maybe Evan's probably sleeping now, so he won't be able to turn off the council. Oh, no, he's awake still. All right, that's fast. That was fast. That was fast. Okay, we have a couple of motions coming from in camera. And 15.1, planning and building services. That council approved the staff recommendation as we see in front of us, 15.1 regarding unsolicited property acquisition. And we got Councillor Cisco and Councillor Porter, if we can have their names added to the, and call a question on this one for the clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Cisco,
Yes.
Councillor Porter,
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento,
Yes.
Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
No.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Councillor Miller,
Thumbs up. You got a thumbs up.
Councillor Littleton,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Reluctantly, yes.
Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
and Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right. So 15.2, and this is the report regarding negotiations with the Department of Oceans, Fisheries and Oceans for divestiture of the piers be received for information. And since that's in port, I'll say Councillor Williamson and Councillor Garcia. And this one is just receiving information, and so I'll just take a show of hands. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. And we'll go to the final one, which again is acquisition disposition, Lakeport Road Realty file 18004. I got Councillor Harris, Councillor
Sorrento.
And this is a staff recommendation, so we'll have a recorded vote.
Okay. Councillor Sorrento,
Yes.
Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
No.
Councillor Cisco,
Yes.
Councillor Porter,
Yes.
Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Councillor Littleton,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
and Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, so that was a very good meeting, folks. It's 10 after 10. We do have another session tomorrow starting at, I believe, 6 o'clock. And so looking forward to seeing everybody back on this channel in camera. And I know Councillor Miller is just waiting to get out, so I'll ask him to make the motion to adjourn.
No, we have bylaws.
Oh, so close.
I know that. Like, how
we're
much
not-
closer?
We're not done. We have bylaws and minutes.
Bonnie, you're still on mute. I can't hear you.
Yeah, you can.
I don't have it on. It's not on.
That's awesome.
It's not there. It doesn't say bylaws. I think we already did them. Didn't we already do bylaws?
No.
If we had just started doing the bylaws, we'd be done by now.
Yeah. do that.
So it's not in my files. How can I be wrong? Okay. So to the clerk, can you read the motion for the bylaws? Because I don't have them.
Dean, on your script? Okay. We have a motion that the bylaws listed on council agenda A to H be read a first time, considered and passed, and that they be signed and executed by the mayor and the city clerk. Councillor Porter, will you move that?
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Cisco, will you second it? Okay, all in favor? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. 16.2, that the following
Additional bylaws.
additional bylaws A and B be read a first time, considered and passed. A bylaw to authorize the acceptance of a conveyance of certain lands from Her Majesty the Queen in right of Canada as represented by the Minister of Supply and Services and of Public Works. One reading with respect to the development of 59A, and I believe that's correct, Councillor Garcia. to be considered by General Committee March 29, 2021. And B, a bylaw to authorize a conveyance of certain lands to Port Dalhousie Harbor Club, one reading with respect to proposed mixed-use condominium development at 61 and 63 Lakeport, to be considered by General Committee, that they be signed and executed by the mayor and the city clerk. Moving that motion, can I have a mover? Councillor Harris and Councillor Cisco. All in favor? Great, that's carried unanimously. Thank you.
You should run the meeting more often, clerk. You do it faster than I do.
Moving out of here at 9 o'clock.
Councillor Miller, where are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm around.
Okay. You got the adjournment seconded by. I can't see anybody with their hands.
Councillor Sorrento. I want Sorrento. Sorrento's on my team.
Councillor Sorrento, who's just on his way up a mountain. He's just on his way up a mountain in San Francisco. I'm just going to say all in favor. See you tomorrow, folks. Carried.
Oh, Baylor.
Be careful on the bridge, Sal.
Good night. I promise I won't jump. You're going to see me tomorrow.